Yeah, let's
You wanna
go.
put voice?
I think we're actually live now.
I
Let's
know, I
go.
can see through the bag.
Oh no, don't
Yeah,
say
I know.
anything illegal. Oh no, it's slipping tax evasion.
Oh no, we're gonna be
Oh no!
we're gonna be banned off Twitch for tax evasion.
Holy shit.
Wait, Brad, you just committed tax evasion this year?
Damn.
No!
Not first.
Okay. Well, this is how we start this show with tax evasion.
It'll be annoying in my server real quick.
Yeah, go be annoying servers. Let's go. Spam this shit. Get people's eyes and shit. Yeah.
I should also do the same.
Yeah, I'll go and tweak because for some reason I didn't think about bearing that ahead of time. Because I'm
Imagine.
a professional streamer.
Imagine.
There we go. So hey, I think I got a decent bit of stuff ready. There are a couple of the homebrew things I haven't gotten like stat blocks fully for yet, but I think that'll be fine. I don't think y'all are gonna need the items immediately. Hopefully, if you do, that's scary.
What? Wait, what?
Oh,
Well, you know, magic items being in that, and I haven't I haven't written up all the homebrew into D&D Beyond yet. I got like most of it, but I'm still missing a couple of things. By the way, Panda, if you notice at some point, I did change your subclass because I had to make a custom edit to it to give you new spells.
hee hee.
Yo,
Goofy silly moment.
we starting? Hell yeah.
Yeah, we've been starting for like 2 minutes. Anime Nightcore, damn, that's someone I haven't seen in fucking ages. Hi, how are you?
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Hello. The gang's all here.
Yeah.
They really are.
I'm really happy we ended up having everyone be available for this.
Yeah,
session.
everyone can be here. I'm so happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I'll fall asleep in like 2 hours and
Yeah.
Damn, I'm looking at all these spells. This is a lot of spells.
Yeah, you've gotten some shit because you keep fucking talking to random ass gods, you know? Like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? So yeah.
No, I was doing stuff all morning.
Alright, I'm gonna do this.
These jams are funky as hell.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Damn.
I'm
Funky jams was right.
Funky little jams.
smart as shit, damn. Sorry, I just had like a big brain moment that's not actually that big brain because it comes way too late to be useful. Because I realized I can get better resolution on the chat by squishing my window and then resizing in OBS.
Whoa.
But yeah. There we go. Like that. Kinda. Yeah. This. About. Yeah. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think, well, everyone's ready, so I don't really have to ask about that. But yeah, I'll get into kind of a little bit of a recap, but first, I would like everyone just to give a... Actually, I can quit before that, just shout outs to Above VTT which is the VTT
Yeah.
we use. This thing is dope. So yeah, we like this thing. It's real cool. It just works with D&D Beyond, which is what we use. So
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, how do I use it? Like, I downloaded it, but
so you need to download it, you need to connect it, and then you just go to D&D Beyond in the campaign, and there's like a join above VTT button next to where you can click view character sheet, and it'll just put you into this thing.
oh okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That will.
So yeah. Well, with that being said, there's main things above VTT. Use this to communicate during the sessions. So that way stream can see it, and that way everyone else in the session can see it. So yeah.
Yeah.
And that way it's way easier for us to actually see everything that goes on in chat. So we don't have the issues of like a ton of different windows and then the chat being hidden into one of them really far away. So yeah. Anyways, I would just like a very, very short little this is what my character is about. We don't need like a detailed description, but just what you think the people need to know to understand the context when I describe the story. You know, just who are they? What are their goals? You know, moving into the story, and then I'll take it from session 1, and then we'll roll for recap for last session at the end of it, because why not? But yeah, I'll just okay, I'm going down the line in order of the Fugis on the stream, so I'll start with Mel. Could you tell us just a little bit about who is Crystal? Who's Crystal?
Of course. So, hi everyone. I play as Crystal Snow, who is a snow leopard tabaxi. She is from the northern region in a little grotto called Beloved Grotto with her clanmates. She wanted to venture out because she has a grandmother who did some very fun adventures when she was younger, and Crystal kind of wanted to follow in her footsteps. And yeah, she traveled south, met party, and yippee.
Yeah! Big adventure trying to figure out what the fuck grandma's about, you know? Yeah.
What the fuck is up, Grandma?
Yeah, no, genuinely, one of the funniest backstory elements is just, my grandma was weird. What the fuck was that all about? Okay, cool. Yeah, who the fuck's Flinkin? Bread.
Oh, hey there. I'm Flinkin Woodfoot. Lovely to meet you. I'm... Well, I guess a bit of a trickster would be the most part of it. I'm a cobbler by trade, you know, it's what I do, it's what I live for. You know, shoes is my passion. Passion for fashion, if you say.
Yeah.
Otis Hall's where I stay, for the most part, you know. Just how it be. But I'm exploring with these guys because they're exciting, and I'm looking to explore the world.
Yeah. Flinkin is here for the vibes.
Also, I like long walks on the beach.
Long walks on the beach, and here are several pictures of me holding fish.
Exactly.
Then Lion, if you're here, yeah. Who the fuck's Gin?
She. The name is Gin. Gin is a little snake man who originated from the Singing Sands.
By little, he means 7 foot tall.
Just a little guy who's 7 feet tall. He got, I would say, banished, but sent away from his family because of a little oopsie.
Yeah.
Got his whole travel band endangered by a poison dragon, and they sent him away to learn responsibility.
Yeah.
I hope he learns it.
Yeah, so Gin's reason for being here, he's in detention, essentially. Cool. Gin a little 7-foot tall desert snake. Let's go.
He loves
Tweet.
monsters and poison.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Jule could tell me about, and everyone else, about Gunther. I don't know if you prefer.
Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Gunther, he's this 3'3" bunny man.
Hmm.
I call him Bunny Boy though, because he's my baby.
Yeah.
His whole thing is that he used to live in Smithville with his parents, but then his dad left and his mom was abusive, so he left as well. Trying to look for his dad, and that's yeah. He's looking for his father,
Gunther.
and then things happen.
Gunther went out.
Dad.
Gunther went out to find the milk that took his dad from him. You know.
Yeah.
We
found the
sure
milk.
did find it.
We sure found it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be.
We'll get into it.
Yeah, after these very brief, minimal character introductions, I'm gonna be going through almost 2 years of plot. Shit has happened. Y'all are joining late to the party, but hey, at least you're at the party now. Oh yeah, Panda, could you tell me about this unit called Levi?
Hello, I'm Levi. I was born in some a remote village apparently. That's what I'm told sometimes. But I was left in an orphanage and became a cleric.
Yeah.
Now, I used to or maybe not used to. I still sleep around everywhere, but now I'm currently on a journey to find more about this village I was born in.
Yeah.
Also, maybe
Levi-
also-
Levi does not sleep around, but
I was
go
gonna
on.
say, yeah, Levi, huge slut. Sleeps around with all the people.
It's around a ton, just with a ton of people too.
Yeah,
Levi,
definitely the
Levi
highest
would
body
say
count.
sleep around.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Very, very
Also-
innocent.
Also, apparently, people tell me I'm really naive, but you know, I don't know, and I don't know enough about the world.
Yeah. So yeah, Levi, he is a panda that was born in some secret village or something, and then left and picked up, and yeah, it's Kung Fu Panda, but replaced the Kung Fu with Catholicism. So it's a very fun time. Yeah, cool. And then just for a little added context, we have the largest party member, and also I say recent with the most quotation marks at this point, addition to the party. They weren't around at the very start. They joined a little bit after. But who's Rizyuk, Match?
My name is Rizyuk Talus, and I hail from Debaya. I've been moving around a lot in my life to follow my passion of smithing, and through that passion I met someone that took advantage of my skills and made something that I regret to this day. And now I look to unright the wrongs that I've put in this world, to find the man named Gideon Gott and stop whatever he's doing.
Yeah.
I heard that this group, these professionals in serious shit, we're here to follow and stop whoever was using these rings, and I found they were looking to find their way back to Debaya for some reason. Well, since then I've been following these crazy people through thick and thin, and so I feel like I'm stuck with them for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. Orphaned turned smith turned artificer mastermind turned adventure turned trauma baby at this point, you know.
It
Yeah.
turned into regular person for now.
And last but not least, we have
Our
Sorath.
our favorite edgy trans icon, Sorath Belrose.
Yeah.
She's She's like 6'2". God damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're at
Yeah, she's 6'2". Yeah, she's 6'2". Real pretty. The palest person you'll ever see. She got golden eyes, not just gold color, like they are very metallic, like actual gold. She wears red crystal sunglasses. Very edgy black and red clothing always. But my name is Sora Spellrose, and I left home. I am third in line for the throne of Pleasant Valley, and I left home as I have no interest in being a royal and following in my family's footsteps anytime soon. So I wanted to get away from my family, and I ended up finding this crew that I now associate as family. So I will never tell them that.
Yeah.
And I love swords. And yeah, that's pretty much in a nutshell.
Yeah. And then there's also Sage, who's been along for the journey, who is during this session. It's a slightly awkward timing. Played by Teskapine, who's not going to be part of the campaign for at least foreseeable future. But they've been around and they are involved, so they'll come up and they'll be mentioned. They are, let me grab their token as well, because might as well have it out. They just a little plant person, hailing from the Weep Willows, which are essentially eldritch horror, English countryside, where the plants want to eat you and are also Cthulhu. And they're on an adventure trying to figure out how to stop that place from dying from horrible rot, and kind of that's why they're heading off to deal with that, while this group deals with other stuff that might take some time. Actually, I'm gonna just have all the names written out, so you can actually know who vaguely matches with who, because that would be useful information to have. And I did not put a whole ton of effort into this overlay because we are getting overlays done by Nerf. Actually, can someone shout out Nerf for me? And
how do I shout out? I shout out Nerd. I'm gonna shout you.
Let's do just vaguely do something like that. And
Wait, I can't give shadows. Never mind.
Oh, do you not have permissions for it?
I'm not a mod anywhere
Yeah.
except for my friend.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I can mod you as well. Oh wait, what's the button to keep? Oh, it's not that one.
My brain's like, I know exactly what letters are mixed with numbers in that name. I've written down that name so many times.
I knew there was a bunch of mixed numbers. I didn't try.
Yeah, it's not the easiest one to remember off the top of your head all the time, eh?
Also, Rizuka is 6 or 7 too. I forgot to say that.
Yeah,
And a dragonborn. I forgot to say that.
it's alright, it's alright. I should honestly have something behind this. Actually, I have a genius idea. What if I did? Also, if y'all are observing this shit and being like, man, this is very scuffed. Welcome to how the campaign works. This is how we run shit. Actually, what if I did this and then did at least this?
We run really long sessions sometimes, and we get very distracted because I think everyone in here, if not most everyone here has ADHD.
Yeah, we're a very
ADHD.
particular group in that sense. Yeah, we have some dynamics. Yeah, high res group.
Wait, y'all are ADHD? I thought we were joking.
Let me do. Let's do this over like. That roughly matches. Yeah, that roughly matches. That works. So yeah, to get into the story as it's passed through a lot of sessions. This is episode 1, but it is session 61. So I'm going to recap the last 59 sessions, I suppose, and then force one of these goobers to recap the last bit. Because we tend to do that. But yeah, the adventure begins with some of the group meeting in a small little town here called Embla. The people who were there were Crystal, Flankin, Gunther, Levi, and Sage. And they were just traveling randomly, happened to travel together, and kind of got a little acquainted due to a little situation about a ring that went missing, and the meddling of a very colorful dragonborn by the name of Takluk. Kind of gently scooted these guys together to deal with this missing ring business for some money from a seemingly pretty not cool lady named Bringva. They've realized that they found the ring and realized there was a fairy trapped inside, and that this fairy was a god. And then the group kind of went, that's not cool. And decided, or mainly Crystal, because Crystal was the one who got it at the time, decided we are not giving this back to Bringva, and then they traveled from Embla to Ortis Halls. In Ortis Halls, they met more closely with Takluk and got acquainted with Sorath and Gin, who had connections with Takluk through favors, and Takluk paid those favors by connecting them with the group to give them someone to travel along with, essentially. And while in Ortis Halls, they slowly got involved through various reasons with this seemingly building conspiracy tied to the academy in town that seemed to be a bunch of these cultists and spooky, scary knights who were eventually figured out to be trying to kidnap / defeat the god of Ortis Halls, and that they seem to be putting gods into rings, and some shenaniganery happened there, but they were successful and beat one of the seeming leaders of this section of the movement, and then were celebrated as heroes of the town, and were then intent on pursuing the runaway members of this group called the New Crusaders, who seem to be the ones who were trying to steal gods, which, welcome to the plot. We have god heists in this world. But yeah, kind of as they were attempting to leave town, they were then introduced to Risiok Talus, again by Takluk, as someone who could take them to a town called Debaya, which was revealed as one of the places that these New Crusaders wanted to go to do something. Risiok is then taken into the group, and they go on their first bit of travel from Ortis Halls to Leibel. Not going to get into details about all of the things that happened in this section, but due to circumstances during this section of the campaign, during this section of the campaign, things happen and a hit is placed on Risiok through a knife that is handed to him. And that plays out. Risiok has to deal with being stabbed to death with the help of Gin's poison that had on accident kind of been sold to the assassin earlier that day. We love how that turns out. And then the arrival of a powerful fiery being who they had to kind of dodge town to escape, wanted to kill the shit out of them, named Stal Ashfoot. This person happens to be Flinken's uncle, but Flinken didn't meet them because they were being kidnapped by the Shu monks on the mountains for safekeeping, and Flinken disappeared for a little bit. From Leibel, they went to Wencasht, a very interesting, very large, very dense city that Risiok spent about half his life training to be a smith. And kind of having a little bit of knowledge of the criminal underworld, a little bit of knowledge of the financial world. They were taken into Wencasht, eventually got to meet one of the mob bosses named Wasir Banardi, who tasked them with finding and just collecting as many New Crusaders in this town as possible, and offered to pay them handsomely if they did so. The group did a really bad job at this, because they only actually looked for Crusaders, I believe, twice in total over the course of 10 days. But it is what it is. They still had a fun time vibing. And eventually they were reunited with a Flinken that had been, through other circumstances, ended up being detained at a pirate ship. This is also related to the fact that Risiuk's best friend was also killed by pirate mobster team-ups. It was very emotional, very deep. Trust me, you weren't there. Moving from Wencasht in pretend exile, they got onto a ship ran by a pirate crew. The ship technically is called the Embrace, but tends to change its name quite often to stay a little bit hidden. And on this ship, they traveled from Wencasht to Kyangaram, being attacked by an aboleth on the way, which was not great for either Crystal or Sorath, who ended up becoming severely diseased. That was inconvenient. But they went to Kyangaram, which has a large library ran by mages, to get some information about various things, including how to cure Sorath and Crystal from their slowly turning into a squid disease. It just so happened that when they arrived at Kyangaram happened to coincide with the outbreak of a very, very severe plague-like disease in a not nearby but geographically adjacent city called Guraumu, which limited the city's medical availabilities. So the party traveled from Kyangaram after interacting with its god and the librarians at the library to Gurumu, which at this point in the story is essentially just fucking wiped off the map by disease. Get your vaccines, kid. But while there, they were able to cure Crystal and Sorath by offering help with figuring out how to defeat this disease. And then from there, they finally traveled north to a place called Scar Canyon, which is this irradiated giant canyon pit that just seems to be slowly growing over time, to a town called Debaya, which is where Isiuk grew up. Debaya was, and had been for last at least 15 or so years, been under the occupation of the New Crusaders. However, the Crusaders in this town seemed friendlier, still definitely on edge, but friendlier. While in Debaya, they got a note from an anonymous source asking them to try and stay in town longer than they were allowed, which led to various shenaniganery. And this is the point where my campaign very slightly breaks due to the power of horniness. So, in Debaya, they were introduced to two different New Crusader leaders. Abarash, the leader of the regiment just in this town, and eventually Dugal. Dugal being one of the top commanders of the New Crusader movement, who seemed to be very different from the others, not actually seeming that invested in the cause, very flighty, very esoteric. And Sorath decided, I am going to have sex with this old man. And that's where the entire campaign decided, you know what, this path we're on, chuck it like 15 degrees to the left. We're going slightly off course now. Hi, Para. Hope you're doing good. Now Sorath had managed to essentially start to build this connection with one of the leaders of this movement who isn't actually very committed to the movement, slowly building that connection and eventually making Dugal an ally. Shit went down in Debaya, Abarash ended up dying, but the party came out of it more or less scot-free, while in the process of meeting up with this lovely little individual named Kaisha, who is from a very much dying nomadic culture around Scar Canyon, who wanted them to head into essentially Grand Canyon but Chernobyl to close what is an ancient magical gate that has been leaking this radiation. That this magic gate was the gate where the old gods left the world, and that their nomadic tribe had been tasked to keep it safe, and Kaisha and their section of that tribe went, well, we don't really care about keeping the door safe because it's destroying the world, so the party ventured in, very much risked a lot of danger. The only reason we didn't have, I believe, 2 deaths at least is because Flinken, who started out as a monk, then pivoted into kind of cleric-y, and now is a bard, offered up their arm, left arm, to trade to be able to cast a single spell to save both Crystal and Levi from dying from the radiation and hallucination induced by it. Yeah, it did cost you an arm, but due to that, and due to the party's cooperation, they managed to go through the difficult ritual to combine multiple different sources of magic to close the gate, seal it shut, making sure that this gate cannot be opened again and that the Scar Canyon won't eventually devour the world, because that's bad. Then aiming to leave to now meet up with their new ally, Dugal. On their way out of the canyon, being approached, interrupted, or intercepted by Tugal and another person who, upon spotting the group, immediately kill their own horse, set themselves on fire with silver flames, and then launch themselves at the party, killing Kaisha, trying to kill Resyuk, who was then saved by a magic bubble, and then using their last swing to try and kill Sorath, who was then saved by Tugal's intervention. This is where the plot finally gets real, where it's revealed that the person who saved Resyuk is none other than the Gideon Got that Resyuk, that Matcha mentioned for Resyuk's backstory. This enigmatic old wizard who seems to be pulling strings to create this conspiracy to achieve and gather gods to do something to, as far as Tugal has told the group, make death voluntary. With very little other explanation as to what that entails, but that seems to be the end goal. It's then revealed that the other person who actually did kill Kaisha, the horse, and try and kill 2 other party members is none other than Gunther's dad, Eustace, the one who went to get the milk and never came back, who has been severely scarred by what was his previous journey into the Scar Canyon, and seems to be very much changed and corrupted by whatever experience and time he has had in the Crusader movements, because Gunther Osmond's father, Eustace Osmond, is the leader of the new Crusaders, aka the Knights that have been in conflict with the party since the very beginning of this campaign. Due to some convenient maneuvering, the party managed to escape that little dynamic. Eustace telling Gunther to leave his work alone and to essentially not bother him, as he seems to see Gunther as still this kid who shouldn't get involved with adult business, and pulled a very abusive, manipulatory, I'm doing this for your sake kind of speech. Not a great person, potentially. Who knows? Maybe Eustace isn't that cool. And Tugal leveraging their influence to kind of peel Gideon away from the party. Not before Gideon could explain that all of the party members, to a degree, seem to be involved in different little schemes or plans that they seem to be running in this giant web. So they're all involved to begin with somehow. So that leaves us as the party kind of huddles up around the very much now further, even more emotionally traumatized Gunther, who's had a very bad life and had the idea of finding their father be kind of the main bright spot, and then finding their father, realizing that they're both evil, fucked up, and an asshole, and Gunther's not doing great. Is essentially what I'm trying to say. But yeah, so from there, that is from session 1 to session 59, the broad strokes of the story. Which means I would like the people who were there for last session to roll a d20 for recap. So, yeah. That would be... yeah, Chris was there, Gunther was there, Resyuk was there, Lincoln was there, Lever was there, Sora was there. So, this is how we do it, by the way. Recap is usually done by rolling, and whoever gets the lowest has to recap. If someone gets a nat 20, they can override that and pick someone. Oh yeah, this is not character art at all. We got character art in the making, but it's not ready yet, and we just fucking stream without it. These are just, for the most part, are like streamer personas, except with the sole exception right here for Risyuk, because Marcha has fucking Nitro. So that is actually what Risyuk looks like. Everyone else, not what they look like. So, yeah. I think you fell asleep after not too long, yeah, Brad. Is
Basically,
that
yeah.
Brad.
everything? Oh, no, I think we're... Yeah, cool. That means that... Oh, cool. You feel up to recapping, Mel? Also, I will say, I usually also roll. I'm not gonna roll this time, because I've already recapped today, and I don't feel like recapping
you've done
anymore.
enough.
Nice.
Still,
recap,
You've done
by the way.
enough, Uti. You've done
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, that recap
No,
was really
I
helpful
thought
for
was
me.
what we were
It was
gonna
really
do
good,
for
yeah.
Loki.
Yeah, I forgot a
what
lot
we
of
were gonna
things.
do is that we're gonna make us do like certain everyone do like different parts.
Oh, no, we're gonna do something more proper when we do, like, video recap. Because we're gonna make a video properly recapping, doing arc recaps, doing, like, full character recaps.
Personal character,
That's,
like yeah.
that'll be a little more, like, in-depth, but I'm not gonna pull, like, individual section recaps on y'all out of nowhere. Nah.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
feel like session up to section 60 being a session 0 it needs a little bit of context. So yeah.
Yeah. So, but yeah.
Yeah, we definitely didn't get banned from Label. I mean, I don't know when.
Yeah, there are small details. There are small details.
I
Easy.
didn't get exiled from home.
Easy.
I didn't get exiled.
I'm not a mob
Jeez.
boss's right hand twice removed man.
Also, there will occasionally be doubled up audio. Matcha and I do live together, so that's.
You live
Wait,
in
what?
Matcha?
Oh my
I-
god, I'm not doing this right now.
Wait, I live in a
Matcha?
I
What?
live in a house with Sora.
We do not
and
live in a house.
You live in a
I live
pineapple
in
under
a-
the sea.
I live in
Yeah.
a cart with Sorath, Gin, Flinken, Gunther, Levi, and Crystal, and a Tomatolio Shart. Holy shit!
Oh
True.
yeah.
I do
We
also
have-
need to
Yeah.
mention that the party did at in Ortis Hall get a magical wagon that is bigger on the inside, Doctor Who style, but none of them could fucking drive. So they got, in addition to that, a robot companion that helps them with things such as navigation and driving. It doesn't do all of it, but it's like an assist system that kind of compensates for these people not having a license. So yeah. And that robot was dubbed a Tomatolio Shart by this group, who I did not mention in my recap, did indeed name themselves Professionals in Serious Shit, or PISS for short. So,
Are we calling these professionals in serious shit campaign then?
I'll see. So far I just put Isset campaign because we haven't decided on the proper campaigin name yet.
What's the fifth campaign?
Is it a campaign or not?
Fellowship of the Ring. Oh shit, that's taken.
The only reason
We
why
did
I
start
am
with the ring.
why I'm kind of like, do we want to name this campaign the Piss campaign? Is because I do believe that given certain contexts, could get us deprioritized in the algorithms. So
Or draw the wrong crowd.
I mean, is it the wrong crowd considering what happens in this campaign? You know,
Yeah, I mean we already had Crystal piss on like two.
Crystal
people,
has
three.
pissed on a decent amount of people. You do also have
do it
horse
again.
Before I joined your crew, if I knew that would have happened, I might have not have. No, I still would have let you to Tobiah. I had nothing to do at the time.
Some of it did happen while you were with us.
Yeah.
some of it did happen.
I
Essentially,
was
from
looking.
from after the Ortis Hall bit, Rizuk's been part of that shit. So,
Yeah.
but Rizuk did miss the piss origins, so that is true.
Oh
That
my
is fair.
god, I love that Dragon Age game.
Mhm.
But yeah, if you
Oh,
could,
kiss begins.
if you can, Mel, recap what happened last session. If you have any gaps, feel free to ask the rest of your group or ask me to help you fill in stuff. But, you got this.
I can go both those. Okay, here we go, gamers. So the last session started with us going to Dougal's mansion because he has a magical mansion that he can just teleport anywhere. That's pretty neat. It's like in a different plane kind of universe. So the party went in there to recuperate. There was a moment where Sora seemed to be quite like tense all of a sudden, like her pupils dilated and stuff, and it was like, oh, that's strange. But then she just quickly went off with Dougal and left us with the spirit servants of the mansion to get ourselves cleaned. We can go and get our items, things like that. Crystal, being Crystal, decides, oh, can these spirits do anything? And Dougal was like, yeah. And Crystal was like, anything? And then she just straight up asked for weed from one of the spirit servants, and they returned with a box full of cigars laced with weed, or well, catnip, which is what Crystal loves. And yeah, that was a great time for Crystal. A few people went to go have a wash because they were stinky after 3 weeks in clay and dirt and without much water. So just scrolling down now. Dougal warns people not to wander too far around the mansion because it is like a different kind of universe and not all the places are completely furnished and stuff like that. Levi, being Levi, does not listen to this advice. He wanders around the mansion. He sees some water and does a prayer for his cooking, which was like a weird divine kind of experience he had with the water. That's what you get for going too far out. It seems like he was able to have some sort of divine contact with the 9 hells. At least that's what he believes. Through this interaction with the water. So that was a little bit interesting for him.
By water, they do mean just being in the bath. Yeah.
Yeah, we
Yes.
were all in the bath.
Levi contacted one of the demon princes of the 9 hell by taking a bath. Anyways, continue.
No, good, thank you. So while people are getting cleaned, I think there was a moment where Levi was walking around the mansion and then he just heard screams. So he just kind of like thought, oh, that's weird, and just noted that for later reference. There is a discussion that's had between Rizuk and Gunther, because Gunther had been through quite an experience prior to going to Dougal's mansion. Rizuk tries his hardest to try and have a moment with Gunther, but Gunther tells him he needs some space just to process things. And that's our angst for good old Rizuk and Gunther. Rizuk is sad from that. But hey, there's water. People are getting clean again. After around an hour, Sorath and Dougal return. And Levi brings up about the 9 hells experience he had. And Dougal just advises him, don't wander around and don't do that. Which, fair enough. Levi also explains that he had screaming earlier on, and that was because Sorath and Dougal were holding hands very intensely. Take that as you will. I don't want to say anything too explicit.
They were fucking.
Okay, thank you.
This is not a PG stream. It has never been a PG stream. I'm an 18 plus creator. Don't worry.
Okay, fair enough. And the group reconvenes. They're able to have a proper full meal after having ventured through the Scar Canyon for a long time. And Dougal then begins to explain to the group that once a day he can teleport someone to a location they need to visit. And he also has some magical items that he's looking to thin out, so he's going to give some items to the group. He tells the party that he is the Duke of Nortal, and his reputation isn't the best, because his title was the Butcher of Nordal. And
a very long time ago, he killed a lot of people. A lot of people.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So our next destination, we might have a little bit of a tangent with different locations before we go to Pleasant Valley, which was the main kind of area we were planning to go to. Sorath and Dougal do warn us about Pleasant Valley's social kind of like minefield, I guess is the word for that. And Rizyuk finishes the session by requesting a workshop to work on one of his new weapons.
Yeah. So
yeah, Pleasant Valley is gonna be a whole trip. Sorath is a privileged rich bitch royal where social warfare is like everything.
Yeah.
It's mind fuck.
Yeah, very much so. And for all the players, I'll probably hop in every now and then just to add like a little bit of explanatory shit whenever something comes up that needs to be explained. So be prepared that I might interrupt a little more than usual, because we now have people watching who are lacking almost 2 years of context. So yeah, but Pleasant Valley is this place over here. It is very, very, very cursed. There hasn't been sunlight there in like 1,000 years. They got vampires.
Nobody really knows what vampires are, though. That's the original vampire line.
Yeah, vampires.
And there's only a few of them.
We do know there's something quite not right about Pleasant Valley, though.
Yeah. Yes, Tom. Just make a headcanon, call it an AU, and post it on AO3, you know? That's how we make content.
Make sure to ship Rizyuk and Gunther, because it's just the only time where it will happen.
Yeah, Sorath is very cursed, very rich. Somehow still a sugar baby.
Yeah, very, very wealthy and still somehow being the sugar baby in this relationship. Which, you know, it's honestly just impressive. That's just good job, you know, honestly.
They have a journal area.
Yeah, there's a journal area.
Yeah.
There sure is.
Also, you will notice that some recaps will be more in depth than others. We have 2 note takers in this group.
Yeah.
My notes are taken within my mind.
Yep.
I do pretty okay.
You do pretty good recaps.
Yeah. You do pretty good recaps, yeah, for sure.
I just roll good.
My notes were taken. I don't know where they are.
I love you.
I just roll good.
Yeah.
That's so real.
I just want to now, before we get into the session properly, I need to ask the very, very important question of where did y'all decide to sleep? Because not everyone was around to decide that. So y'all had 2 options of rooms for now. And Gunther did choose neither. I'm sleeping on the couch because I'm not feeling good and I don't want to be around people right now. And Sorath is in a separate room, you know, having some fun times with their new boyfriend, Dougal. So there's a room with 4 beds where Levi is sleeping, and there's a room with 3 beds where Risyuk and Crystal have decided to pick. I just want the others to decide where they go. So Flinkin, I want Levi. Now on
Well, I
Gin.
thought Levi was in the 4 room.
Oh no, sorry.
I'm gonna
not
sleep with
Gin.
Levi. Levi today.
Okay, so Levi
Yeah,
and
I'm gonna let him stick around with me.
Yeah.
Flinkin, and
Sleep in the
then
room.
Gin. What did you say, Elaine?
I shall sleep in a room.
Okay.
Anything with a bed works.
Very decisive.
So I
Very
asked you for the. So if you want a bed, you have the option of the room with Levi and Flinkin in it, the room with Risyuk and Crystal in it. Where are you going?
Okay. I guess.
Join me.
Do
Make
I?
it 3-way.
Oh wait. No,
Yeah.
I'm flicking.
And let's say Sage goes into that room as well. So in that case, I'll kind of split the little bit of morning as people wake up in different places, and I feel like I'll just start with Gunther, who sleeping
Yeah,
on this very much not like super comfortable couch for like prolonged sleeping. It's a very nice couch. It's just, it's not a bed, but it's a lot better than your sleeping arrangement when you were going through the canyon. Also, wait, did I roll for dreams at the end of last session?
You said that I have a dream. You rolled for dreams and no one got dreams, but then we had our
Okay, yeah.
private one-on-one session, and you rolled for dreams for me, or you already did roll for Sorath. Said I had a dream.
Okay, cool. In that case, I don't have to worry about other dreams other than Sorath's.
I remember I was excited because I was like, "Oh my god, yay, no dreams!" But then it.
What they mean about dreams is that whenever people go sleeping, I roll. I have a special rolling system for it to see if they have dreams. And if they have dreams, they get weird little character-specific insights, and all of the dreams function in different ways. And we've seen some weird outcomes from some of the dreams. So, yeah.
Gunther has a special spyglass.
Yeah.
That he obtained through a dream.
And for a brief moment, because of their dream, Gin knew everything. They learned everything that has ever been known and ever will be known, and then their head exploded in a bunch of blood, and then they had advantage on everything for a week as this knowledge just leaked out of their head. It was very weird. But you forgore big time. The biggest forgore of the century,
Or
Well, yeah. So, Gunther, you wake up. No need to worry about any scripted dreams, but you wake up from your.
I thought we decided I never slept.
Oh, true. You never did fall asleep. Well, in that case, it does make sense that we start with you. I'll say, can you, in that case, walk us through your sleepless night?
Well, I imagine Gunther basically just tossing and turning every now and then. He just sort of lays there, tries to get himself to sleep, but his mind just keeps replaying the moment with Eustace just over and over, and it keeps him awake.
Yeah.
He can't get himself to not off at all. He just can't sleep.
Yeah. Sorry, I just getting lost my shit for a bit. Because the second you started describing I was actually going to Mel's music for a bit, because Mel didn't have music when I was picking which stream I'm grabbing music for.
Fucking Mario Kart.
Yeah, no, you started
Yeah, it
describing
did
it, and
the-
it did the start of
Dun,
game like beep,
dun,
beep,
dun.
beep, and then you started describing, and I was like, oh no. Yeah, it went beep, 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 and then you just went like. I imagine that the moment replays in Gunther's mind over and over.
This is why I listen to my own music.
Yeah, I would listen to my own music if I didn't have a bunch of other shit to manage.
Gonna listen, switching to.
Oh, don't
anything
worry,
else.
I'm listening to Mouse music, so feel free to
No, I
listen
know.
to. Feel free to listen to Mario Kart music.
No, I can't focus.
Anyways, by the way, this is the vibe. This is the vibe for this campaign. It has a lot of very, very serious, very dark moments, intercut with essentially the Mario Kart music just playing at times. You know, that's just how it be. But yeah. Anyway,
Okay, I'm just gonna go to my own music. Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, sorry for interrupting. I hope you didn't lose your track of mind.
Hold on.
Grim Dark
I'm pulling
Clan
up
Adventure
my-
is very accurate. Yeah. But yeah.
Okay. Alright. Anyway, he's. I don't know what else to add to that.
Well, yeah. So the moment's been replaying in Gunther's mind most. Could you, for the people who haven't seen it, could you just kind of go through like what it is that Gunther remembers, like what's sticks out the situation and.
I think he just keeps thinking about Eustace's words, him killing Haisha as well, I guess, and trying to kill the rest of the party.
Yeah.
So that wasn't cool.
Yeah, it's not cool when your dad tries to kill everyone.
Nah. Let's see what else. I think probably the thing that sticks with him the most is when he was leaving and telling him to not like mess with his work. That this is no place for children or whatever he said.
Yeah. The wording was, this isn't child's work, this is the duty of parents.
Yeah.
So.
Yep, definitely has daddy issues, that's for sure.
Kind of just laying there on the couch through most of that night. Just.
Yep. Mommy issues as well, but we'll get into that later.
The mommy issues are very much different. You know, they're a very different flavor. Gunther's dad disappeared for like 20 years and then has shown up and is now evil. Gunther's mom was there for that 20-year period and just was evil during that time. So, you know, Gunther is our token severely abused character. You know, we always gotta have one for, you know, market demographic purposes, you know. Yeah.
That's why he's the group mascot.
Yeah. Our marketable trauma plushie. But yeah. So you're kind of just laying there.
Why are you whispering to me, Matcha?
Testing out abilities.
Oh god. But yeah, you're kind of just laying there into the late hours of the night, y'all did go. The group went to bed earlier than they tend to due to the very, very long, very physically demanding trip you'd had through Scar Canyon. So, even if you don't sleep, I imagine Gunther's body is still feeling the fatigue and just kind of laying there, not really being able, or perhaps also not really necessarily wanting to sleep at this moment. I want you to roll a religion check for me. And we'll go from there. Again, not something super important.
There you go.
I'll say if Gunther was less distracted by the everything that has happened, they might have picked up on it's a feeling of something changing that's probably disappearing a little into the woolly bad numbness that's kind of overtaking Gunther at this point. And it's up to you whether or not you feel like Gunther would be... If you feel like at this point Gunther would be interested or at all affected by a very, very subtle, very faint feeling of change, alteration. So, it's up to you.
Does this happen like very quickly, like at once, or does it like happen throughout the night?
It feels, I would say it feels like a slower over time process, for sure.
I think at first, he'll try his best to ignore it. But if it ends up persisting, then maybe he'll give into it.
Yeah, I'll say it's going to stick around and in that way persist, but it's not a very strong or very like nagging feeling. It's relatively in the background, to put it that way. So it's not something that's like pressing and being like very forwards in like Gunther's mind at this moment. But it's up to you. Essentially, does the situation mean that Gunther is more likely to just ignore that subtle feeling, or is this more of a there's a subtle little like thing bugging me and I'm interacting more with it? You did roll a 10, so it's not something strong. You aren't picking up the most from it, to put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, so I think at first he ignores it. He probably under the context of just like wanting to be left alone. But I think, as the moment with Eustace keeps replaying over and over, it tires him out eventually, and his mind becomes more vulnerable, I guess. So eventually she's like, what is it? What is this feeling?
In that case, give me an insight check. We are rolling for self-insight, guys. Welcome to this campaign with exciting self-introspection. Well, you're apparently a lot better at that. there is you're pretty sure the thing you're picking up on is this layering almost of what you are clearly kind of obviously unmistakably picking up as pain and anguish emotionally that you're experiencing. What you're feeling is kind of like there's a blending and a melding of something. And it feels kind of like there's a level to that emotion that has like almost like a more more of a physicality to it that feels like it settles and almost like it locks in place somewhere. It's very weird. It's very much not something you've experienced before. But yeah, that's the best way I can describe it. It feels like that emotion, like someone reached into your emotions, grabbed a piece of that, turned it into a physical object, and put it like into a puzzle piece, and then slotted it into a puzzle, and it just perfectly slid into place. That's the best way I can describe the feeling. And something about it, due to your knowledge, being a little, experience with divine magic, being a paladin, there is an element of that magical quality that a lot of the magic you use does in certain ways pull from emotions with Iram Deluvi and such. So I will say you're familiar with that aspect of it. So something about this makes you pretty sure that something magical has reacted with the feelings. It feels very localized to within you. It doesn't feel like something external.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Does Gunther do anything about it? Or are they just kind of there and now they are feeling this?
It's tied to emotions. Or tied to Gunther's emotions. It's magical in nature.
Yes.
I think he's just gonna say fuck it and test it out. He's gonna try to activate Irm Deluvi, but like in the way that he normally does.
Okay. So, for added context for the viewers, Iram Deluvi is a technique tied to an order of knights called the Seekers, and it pulls a lot of power on the expense of exhausting the user of their energy afterwards, and taps into a 2,000-year-old legacy of very strong negative emotions tied to a cataclysm that happened in what is this setting's year zero, a colossal flood that created this thing called the Flood Sea over here. So that's the ability that Gunther is trying to activate now. So yeah, you do it in the normal way, reaching out for some electrical element, trying to grasp a hold of the static in your fur. There's nothing. Doesn't activate.
Woo! Shit doesn't work anymore.
Yeah. It doesn't feel like anything has left you. You don't feel... Well, you probably feel more hollow generally, but not in this specific way. there's nothing that
Mhm.
tells you. You don't know if it would feel different, but nothing immediately feels different about the way the magic is functioning. You can still kind of feel yourself be in tune to the magic you are used to.
Alright, give me a second.
Dog content. Let's go. You know, while we're being given a second, a hi to Amelia and Gaston. Thank y'all for the follows. Y'all cool. I hope y'all are enjoying. Probably understandably, I'm not gonna interact that much with all of the alerts, and probably not the most with chat because it's a D&D session.
Hee.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm still really appreciate y'all.
The clown car can
Oh.
interact.
Yeah.
Amelia! Hi, Amelia. Amelia's a very fun team.
Cool.
Oh,
That's
Hi.
the DM that did the one shot where I was a Midwestern mom.
Ooh. Well, welcome in then.
ooh.
Anyways.
Hi, Amelia.
But yeah. Back to Gunther.
I'm Gunther.
Hi.
I think.
Sure. But yeah. What are you kind of like? Is Gunther doing anything further with this, or they kind of just vibing with this as it is?
I can't imagine that he'd be able to figure this out right now.
Understandable.
So he's just gonna lay back down and just
Yeah.
vibe in quotations.
Yeah. Very you know.
The vibes are rancid, but
Yeah.
it's gonna vibe.
If we hadn't made alterations to your vibe checks, they would have definitely just been shit's bad.
Yeah.
But yeah. So as you're kind of just laying there, and there's something very clearly that has just now changed, and you have, as far as you can tell, at least lost access to the traditional access you've had to Iram Deluvi. But you don't really have anything you can do with it right now, and you're also just probably not in the best state to be like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna put a shit ton of effort into figuring this out, reverse engineering everything, you know? So Gunther kind of just
Fuck that.
lays back down, just accepts this is what's happening right now, I guess. And I'll say, as we slowly move towards the rest of the people waking up, I guess I'll have to have a little sail moment with Sorath. As Sorath, you are very clearly in this dream back in the dream representation of Pleasant Valley. You are back at the same this little storage house out in the woods. There is definitely now a much more clear representation of what is Dugal kind of constructed out of a bloody material. But that is
Yippee.
almost shaping this statue. Almost looks like bloody marble something about it's possible Sora finds it a little bit disturbing that they can so quickly tell. While it looks like it's almost crystallized, there's something about Sora that immediately makes them think, oh no, that's still a liquid. Like there's some imperceptible thing that Sora immediately, without even noticing, picks up on. That, yes, this blood is still in its liquid form. Just very, very, very quick, instant knowledge about blood.
Nice. That's fine. Definitely not weird as fuck. Is the curse there?
Give me a perception check.
Huh? $16.
I'll say then that you don't see the curse. You see the little lyre that they were playing on last time you dreamt. It's laying on the little plank ahead of the entrance door to that little raised storage house. They don't seem to be here at the moment. At which point I need to ask, does Sorath want them to be here?
Yes.
Okay.
Mostly because they're always there, and that's like she gets to interact with them, and so she's like, "Oh, I kind of wish they were here."
Cool.
Not very actively, just kind of subconsciously.
Yeah. A very makes sense. Very much understand
Yeah.
that. They don't immediately show up or anything. Sorath is left for a moment, just this little forest storage house. Like I mentioned last time you had Dream, very much looks like a house probably used to store and dry meat. Would guess it's like a hunting storage lodge. So something like that, you'd figure. But yeah, it's that, the statue, and then the little lyre left behind. You can interact with any of those elements specifically, you can. If you want to do something else, you can. You're just left in the dream for now.
Sorath is gonna go into the storage house.
Okay. So, walking up to the storage house, it's just a simple latch lock. Unlatching it, opening it. I'd like... Can I get a charisma check from you?
I am not shrimped, but I will stretch. Thank you, Amelia.
Let's go.
See, now people can be like, hey.
Let's go. I'm gonna do a big stretch too.
I'm doing a religion check?
No, just a straight charisma check.
Oh.
Thank you, Amelia. That did crack several.
Actually,
my
Save.
paper away.
Don't do a straight Christmas check, just do a gay one.
No. This is
Of course.
this is we're just doing like the low tier ones, so it's straight for now. We haven't gotten to the gay ones yet.
True.
17.
17.
Sorath is a warlock. High
Yeah.
charisma.
Yeah.
Very high charisma.
Opening the little storage shed, stepping in, it is virtually pitch black, but it seems your eyesight, more than normally, is kind of adapting better and better to it. It is, for the most part, empty. Kind of just seeming ready to be used. Several hooks and trellis bars that can be used to hang up different cuts of meat. There are a couple of things that strike you as a little off. There is the very, very faint smell of home to the place.
Cool.
It smells like, perhaps not home, but like family. The same way you instantly recognize the scent of like a grandparent's house.
Yeah.
That smell is familiar in that way, but you don't think you've actually smelled it before. Nothing in your memory strikes, but there's that sense of familiarity. There is... You realize paintings on the inside walls, not really off anything, just more patterns and symbols. It's very nicely decorated, which you wouldn't do in a storage shed like this. And the very, very, very back, kind of off in a corner, there's a single coin. Kind of just dusty off in the corner. Other than that, there's not really anything in the shed itself.
You said a coin?
A single coin.
Is it just like on the ground?
Just on the ground in the corner. We'll need some probably dust, probably some cobwebs, you know? It's been there for a while, for sure.
Sorath is gonna approach the coin. Just kind of still looking around, but just like, why the fuck is this on the floor?
Yeah.
It's like everything else is very purposeful, and this coin is just like...
Yeah. Approaching the coin... did you say you picked it up, or have you not done that?
No, she just wants to look at it first.
Okay, then give me an investigation check then.
+0, come on.
Yeah. Girl ain't got school smarts.
It's a coin! I got it too.
I mean, it is a coin. I'll give you this information, because I'm not gonna...
What color is it?
It's a copper coin. And I can tell you that it's not a type of coin you've ever seen before. So it's not a Virlus coin, it's not a Chilean coin. It's some sort of mint that you're not familiar with.
Okay, now she's gonna pick it up. She wants to see, like, try to, like, remember and see if she can ask anyone about it.
Pick it up, kind of. Give me a history check, sure. I have to roll pretty high because you have to compensate for that too.
Yeah. +0 on my history, come on. Okay, I got a 5.
So this is when we canonically establish that Sorath. Sorath isn't super big on like coins. They don't have like a giant coin collection. You look at it, and all you really can get is it's not a coin I've seen. It looks like it's probably been used a little bit. Like, it doesn't look like a fresh mint. It's probably been in circulation for a bit. Other than that, not really anything you can gather or remember from it. doesn't really have proper writing on it, just kind of patterned symbols that you figure are probably symbolic or representative of the area the coin is from. It's definitely identifiable, just not something you've seen before.
Identifiable, just not by me.
Yeah, like you'd be able to recognize the type of coin if you saw it again, unless you
Yeah.
rolled really bad on history again because you're a dumb bitch. But you know, it's is a coin that you haven't seen before.
All that education for what?
Wow, imagine being educated.
I'll say this is when you hear the not subtle approach of someone's stepping through the kind of thick, crackly grass that you have in these forests.
Sorath will kind of just hold on to the coin and leave the house to go greet them.
Leave the little shed, and it is walking through the woods, kind of approaching. It's the curse. Seems to be just on a leisurely stroll. Sees you, nods, gives you a little "you cold," and approaches the shed, just keeping for the most point eye contact with you, though you can definitely tell that like a little bit of their attention is on the blood statue of Dugal out in the woods, you know. So yeah.
And Sorath will just kind of move to stand next to them. Mel. To stand next to the curse and just look at the statue.
The curse goes, I have given you very little advice and guidance. But it seems that when I do, it doesn't necessarily matter all that much.
Sorath just kind of sighs. Just like, God damn it. And I had not planned to indulge purely on Dugal, but what has happened has happened.
Yes, I suppose this is the situation we have to deal with.
Indeed.
Oh, it is not unmanageable. So I hope you are prepared for the particularly underwhelming experience others will be.
I know.
It's I told you to avoid it for a reason.
I understand, and I would have if I had been able.
I will trust you
it
had
would have
good
been
reasons.
I did.
Hopefully, it will not cause us any problems. if the individual is willing to play nice, it should all be manageable.
We will be apart for a while after a few days, so I will be forced to make do.
Good luck with that.
I
I did have a
Sora's
question
just
for you,
like-
actually. Oh, sorry. You go.
No, Sora's just like, I know. just like a somewhat embarrassed, like, man, I know, but like shit
Yeah.
happens, okay?
Yeah. Curse goes, oh, I wanted to ask, do you want me to let go of him? I understand there has been a change in the previous arrangement.
I would appreciate if you would let go. Please let's go.
If you so command, and they reach their hand out kind of towards the sky a little, and you can see that effect of the lines of the sky being pulled down kind of begin to reappear from when you first saw it, when the curse was holding on to your previous patron's power. And they just let go. It just flies off and vanishes.
And Sorath just kind of stares up at the sky, just
Hmm.
even after it's gone, just kind of just
Yeah.
she's very happy.
Curse goes, good riddance, I say. I hope the new arrangement
would
will
agree.
be more fruitful for you.
It already has been.
Good. Well,
So I'm not sure if you would approve, as it is the same person that. And she kind of gestures at the statue. Got me into a bit.
I figured the essence has familiarities. So I doth say I'm faintly familiar with the scent. So I imagine it will be preferable. So I will miss being able to torment your old associate.
If I understand, if I understand the humor of fate, I'm sure we will have another chance in the future.
That might very well be. At this point, there is like a feeling of. It's almost like a chill that just very subtly runs through Sorath's body. And it's probably just you imagining it, but it feels like your body temperature has dropped a little bit. Like you've come down from a fever. For a little moment, that sensation just sets in. You kind of feel the edges of the dream start to slip away from you. You can kind of notice that the curse is their attention is being kind of drawn away. Like they're distracted.
And Sorath will kind of say, I hope to see you again soon.
Curse kind of pulled away from their distraction. Back to Sorath and goes, well, I am, for better or worse, always with you. Farewell. And you can just feel Dream kind of just vanish into the morning. As people start waking up. Sora waking up in bed with Dugal, who is probably still faintly asleep, though. Seems to be in the processes of starting to come to consciousness. And the others as well start to wake after a probably very, very comfortable sleep. Being a very long time since you guys have slept in beds vaguely this quality. So yeah. You'll wake up. Is there anyone who wants to have anything happen in the moments of waking up and the moments of, getting ready to perhaps head for breakfast? Or are y'all fine with just moving to, communal breakfast time?
Feels like we're at camp.
Yeah. Sometimes it's like that.
Can't do it.
I'm gonna take the deafening silence as a move
Well-
further.
Well, I was thinking about. Oh, no, I was gonna. No, I can't do it because I was gonna actually cast a spell, but I just realized this spell has a lot of components to it that I need to actually prep and go get at some point.
Which spell?
I was gonna try Legend Lore.
Legend Lore is definitely not an easy to cast spell. No.
Yeah, no.
Requires a lot
I
of
was looking
setup
at the
and prep.
Yeah.
I have a plan though.
Yeah.
So I cast Thaumaturgy, and then I make an impression of just a loud horn, just because I can.
Yeah. People
I'm
are
the
You're
good morning
so
horn.
valid.
so as people are stirring awake. Give me a charisma check, please. Lincoln.
Just to check. Cool.
Yeah, just a check. Just think of it as you testing
It's
the
a 9.
potency of your magic. It's still gonna make the thing. I'm just checking whether or not it would sound through the walls, essentially. But I'll say as people are stirring awake, Levi, Gin, and Sage have a ruder awakening than the rest of the party from a loud
What?
horn that just rings out through the room. And I would say Gunther probably hears it, though not very loudly. It's a decently well sound isolated place. Partly because it's an extra dimensional pocket, like, mansion, So, sound doesn't travel well through nothingness, so...
Whoa.
Wait, isn't the servant still here?
Hmm?
Oh, the servants.
Yeah, they're just a part of the mansion.
Can I ask them to get me an infant worth 250 gold and 4 ivory ships worth 50 gold? Hey, he said we get anything we want, right?
So, let me check the spell. Because I want to double check a thing. Also, this is this is the level of
Right.
shenaniganery that we're used to with Levi. Also,
Very
I just want
true.
to re-mention this. If you want to say anything that you want to make sure is seen by the people in the group, use the VTT chat, because the Twitch chat is not something I'm expecting anyone to look at. So if you put something in the Twitch chat, don't expect anyone to look at it. Okay, just for the
Oh, I don't
players
expect
here.
to. I'm just writing it out for
Yeah.
the audience to see.
Yeah.
Damn it.
If it's in the Twitch chat, that's only something you feel the need for the audience to see. But if you want everyone else to see things, the VTT chat here is like the one chat everyone is watching. So,
Brett is just being the little clown. They've be the little clown to entertain the people.
That was supposed to be like a clown noise, but it just turned out like a goose.
yeah. I'll say that the servants do bring you the components required. There is give me an insight check.
Eating.
There's something to the way they move and behave that kind of vaguely tells you there is deliberation here. And it feels, you probably feel like there are limits to what you can ask the servants to do on their own. Like I mentioned last session, the servants can bring you things that are within the mansion in the storages somewhere. However, there are certain things that they aren't allowed to just hand you without Dougal's consent. So some things you have to ask Dougal for, some things you can just ask the servants for. And something about the way they hand you the incense and the ivory strips kind of just tells you, okay, probably can't do this all the time without checking in with Dougal. But it seems like it's been allowed this time.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to cast. Legend lore about the half-broken one.
Also, if you're using hit dice to heal during a short rest, y'all did get a long rest at the end of last session, so just use that. So, yee.
Even me.
Yes, because long rests aren't tied to sleep in my system.
Oh shit.
Sleep is a separate thing.
Oh, yeah.
You can still long rest. Long rest just means you had a 24-hour downtime. But sleeping is separate. So you can still take long rests. However, if you don't sleep, you do not gain the exhaustion reduction from long resting. So, yeah. But yeah. Congratulations, you now have the components for Legend Lore. Do you want to cast it right away? Or
Yeah, I'll try to cast it right away.
okay, cool.
Oh wait, is these consumables or do they?
The incense is consumable. The ivory strips are not.
I'll probably hand back the ivory strips after I'm done, but
Yeah. Okay. What are you casting Legend Lore about?
I'm trying to remember more about, trying to learn more about this half-broken one. And so I'm trying to just recall more information about it. Like all the information I learned through my dreams and stuff, to see if I can learn something through it. As I don't know, how is it when you learn, when you level up, when you learn higher level spells? Is it like you studied it and you just already know it?
That's up to how you interpret your character.
Okay.
Some people would say my character has been studying to try this and then has learned that, or it might be this is magic known to the traditions that I follow, and I'm just gaining access to them as I level up. Sometimes magic is just intuitive in a sense.
Okay.
So that's up to you.
I would say it's more fun for Levi to learn. It just randomly comes through his dreams.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah. And so upon learning about seeing this spell, he just came up with this thought to try it.
Yeah. Okay. So you cast legend lore on the
He tries to recall all the information he learned from his dreams and stuff about it.
yeah.
And maybe anything that Tackler might have said about it back then, but
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that was little.
I'm trying to think.
I mean,
about
there's
the
a chance that
timeline
this
of
not.
things.
It might not give me any information at all, right? So
Yeah. There is no response from the spell.
No.
Which would tell you that the staff is not of legendary importance.
like the broken one, right? That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, the broken staff.
Yeah.
The staff that's missing its actual top piece. So, yeah. The staff itself, not of legendary importance. And therefore cannot get you more information from legend lore. I was thinking about how to rule that, but that's how I'm gonna go with it.
Yeah, no, I'm fine with it. you know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to try it and see if I'm getting any information through it that way.
Yeah. So you cast this early morning spell as people slowly go about their morning activities. Y'all can head to eat breakfast together, communally. You can also choose to eat it alone somewhere else. Gunther is currently laying on the couch, or probably maybe at like this point getting up, because they did hear a trumpet, like a horn, ring out, which kind of probably tells them, people are awake. And most likely they are going to enter into the room you are couch surfing at, I guess. Yeah, it is the gathering place at the mansion, for now at least. Are y'all heading in there? Is Gunther doing anything? Is anyone doing something else than heading to that antechamber for some food?
I'll gather my smithing supplies so I have them with me, so when I go to the workshop after, I'll just be able to go right there.
I'll say you probably have at this point figured out that you can just have the spectral servants just move your stuff for you.
True, but Rizyuk probably would feel better doing it himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
As it's been a while, Levi would probably actually request to cook.
Sure. The spectral servants can't really communicate with you, so you'll probably have to talk to Tugal about that. But I'll say Tugal, Sorath probably arrive, as I'm guessing that Sorath doesn't want to do anything else particularly now, since Salem hasn't said anything specific.
No.
So, with Tugal entering, you can ask, and Tugal again is a little dismissive about the idea, kind of clarifies that, well, the kitchens here are not proper kitchens, so to say. I could create kitchens for you. So, once we arrive in Nortal, you will have access to a proper kitchen.
Okay.
So if you are fine with waiting to perhaps assist in lunch or dinner, then that would be appreciated. I like to keep the rooms I have to have created to a minimum at any given time, for convenience sake. Stugal kind of, along with Sorath, sits to enjoy some sort of breakfast food. Probably just like a little bit of stuff that y'all enjoy. You're just sitting, eating. Give me an insight check. Crystal.
Oh my god.
Also, that's a very high insight check. I just want to say, is Sorath trying to be more like hidden about their expressions and stuff right now, or are they just kind of chill?
Not really. They're just vibing.
Okay. In that case, that definitely beats any passive you have to go for. And I'll say no. Not really at all, but there is a... But they seem, in a way you probably haven't actually properly seen before, they seem happy about something. It's like it's not like a very like hyper exciting, but there's just like this kind of slight delight to Sorath's expression. It's not weird, but not how Sorath usually is.
Sorath is happy. What the fuck?
Yeah, not really the post-sex glow, no. You don't get the impression that they really boned, you know?
Crystal's just gonna stare at Sorath for a little bit, being like, that's not a regular expression she sees. So
Yeah.
she's almost gonna be mesmerized by it as she sits down for breakfast.
Yeah, I mean, Sora's probably very used to this at this point, but yeah, Crystal's just kind of staring at you again.
Yeah.
Whenever you walk into any room, Crystal's just like, It's...
So it's like, okay.
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, the fuck? She doesn't, like, say anything. She just lets it happen.
Yeah.
The times she does try to challenge anything, she gets fucking stuck in a weird situation with Levi asking what sex is, so she doesn't want to do that.
Yeah. So that's what Crystal picks up on, at least.
I've got a question for Dougal.
Yeah.
So you painted this room, yes?
Well, painted and painted. I constructed it arcanely, I suppose.
But you did, like, paint the room, yes?
Not with a brush, no. If you are talking about the painting as the specific activity, then no. The room was created as is.
Well, wait till we run a joke. Okay, great.
Let me actually... Sorath, Tugal's gonna look at you, confused and genuinely a little worried. Just like, very much like, did I do anything wrong? Look on their face. So, I don't know if you react or respond to
Sorath
that,
will just look at Sorath will just look at Flinken and just, what was the joke, Flinken?
Ah, it's okay, it's okay. Well, you did paint the room, yes.
Yes.
He's got to say it. Never mind, it was a joke. We're already long past the joke now. I already said it was done.
Dugal looks very befuddled. And kind of just awkwardly nods. Just goes, yeah, but I suppose the moment has passed then. Just kind of looks awkwardly around.
Joke's on you, Flinken. These two are autistic.
Yeah. Yeah. Flinken is
Wow.
not...
I am no longer besties with Dougal anymore.
Damn. He...
No longer friends with Dougal.
I love
I can't be friends with autistic people. They don't get my jokes.
I love how Flinken is like really, really buddies with Dougal when Dougal was in the process of melting his brain out with magic. But then he doesn't get his joke, and then the friendship over. Man's got his priorities set out.
For
He's just pouting, that's all.
Yeah.
I feel like Sorath would kind of just give Dougal a look of don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Because she's like it's
They kind of nod, kind of accepting that they didn't really get what was happening right there, and kind of continues nodding, eating a little, and I'll say that a little food is eaten as the awkwardness of the situation dies down a little. Gal eventually speaks up and goes, after we have eaten breakfast, I will arrange for the doorway to locate itself in Nordtal. You are free to stay within the mansion for however long you need today, but I can assure you that the accommodations in Nordtal are at least as comfortable and probably more spacious, as I do not have to limit the amount of rooms. The other doorway will be situated in Alta Uptad. So for the others that might feel the need to travel elsewhere, we will take care of that in the following days. Kind of just... the information is digested. Sage speaks up. A little sheepishly. Definitely noticeably a little emotional. And I'm not going to try and do the Sage voice, because I'm bad at it. But they explain that they have everything they need to get to Altauptad. They have the help of the library to try and figure out a possible cure to the Weepwillow disease, and that they don't feel like they can risk going off to somewhere like Pleasant Valley for an unknown amount of time, especially seeing how quickly the disease moved in Guraumo. And that they also have been worrying about the idea of bringing you guys with them to the Weep Willow, or into the Willow Woods, because the plants there do eat people. Like, all people who enter there just get instantly warred, you know? So, Sage has no guarantee that if you guys traveled with them, you would even be able to take a single step into the forest without just dying. So, their plan is that they'll head off to Altauptad and get the assistance of the scholars at the library there. And with that, they'll travel to the Weep Willow. They'll deal with things there. And that perhaps you will all meet up again once you've dealt with your separate missions. Because they can't really afford to waste time, especially now that they have the solution they are looking for, given how dire the situation is in the Weep Willow. They feel like it would be irresponsible even to try and bring you guys along.
So I guess this is a goodbye for now.
Yeah.
For now.
You don't
Why
need
not?
to make it sound so final. Rizik will go up to Sage. Ah. I know you didn't know him for long, but thank you for showing your care towards them. And we'll hand Sage Satir's journal.
Hmm.
I think. I think you'll need to see the words at the end at some point. If you're still having problems processing what happened, but
He'll nod. They'll grab the notebook and probably give Rizuka a really big, tight hug. A long hug.
you give Levi a run for his money when it comes. Didn't expect the firmness, even though realizing, oh, they are made out of wood.
Yeah. They are an actual plant.
It was nice to be able to grieve a friend alongside a friend.
They agree.
This is a way to take him to places that he's never gotten a chance to see, in a way. Was it is the notebook made out of vellum or paper?
The notebook would be parchment, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
But be safe out there.
Be safe out there, Sage. I hope we meet again.
They'll tell all of y'all to be safe too. And there's no other specific character moment RPs that we're gonna go through. They will say their different goodbyes to everyone. There will be a lot of hugs and stuff. Sage won't leave immediately either. It's not like they're leaving during the breakfast, but their plan is that when y'all go to Nordtal, they're not gonna join to set up at the hotel or anything, you know? So as the moment is kind of, y'all are given time to say goodbyes and talk about things and talk about, meeting up in the future. Eventually, as that somewhat passes, Gal will pipe up with for the remainder of the day, Altaubtad will be accessible if there's anyone who has any need to go there. So I would be a little careful with it. If you do not stay long, and make sure you are clear in your purpose for staying. Gideon, as during his time as Runfried, had influence and connections in Altaubtad. Sage will be safe with the interest of the scholars on their side. So I cannot guarantee the rest for everyone else in the group.
I'll be staying at the mansion. I have a lot of work to do anyway.
Well, I hope it will be of use for you, son. And
Haven't had a stationary place to work in quite some time. I'll be...
Well, enjoy it while you have it. Gal kind of just settles it with the knowledge that once you guys go to Pleasant Valley, it'll be a little bit until Dugal will be able to provide that assistance for you.
Mm-hmm.
We will be facing Gideon again eventually in the near future. Can you tell us anything more about him? Since you worked with them.
They are an accomplished mage. They were scroll keeper for a while, so I would imagine that they have a beyond normal access and repertoire of spells. They very much specialize in protective magic, barriers, seals. They have variety beyond that, but that is more than anything what they have a particular knack for, so to say.
I wouldn't recommend scrying. That's my note.
I would imagine that they do have a extensive use of counter magic. Abjurers are known for the art.
They blew up a mage in Lord Bernardi's dining room. And
that is
almost all of
unfortunate.
us with him.
Well, I will take note of that. Yeah, scrying on powerful mages is often a risk, for certain. As for other things, the flames that both Eustace and Gideon wield are dangerous. I would recommend avoiding getting into contact with them if possible. It's not instant, but there's a risk that there is no coming back if the fire manages to damage you enough. From what I've learned, it seems to burn the soul rather than just the body.
Rough.
Yes, very much so.
Any weaknesses that I could exploit?
Well, physically, I suppose he is old, so if you could in some way challenge him to a honorable no magic wrestling match, I suppose you would be able to decimate him easily. More realistically, Gideon is someone who I would say, more than anything, is hampered by his belief that he has everything under control. From what
Finding ways to...
Hmm?
Oh, I was gonna say finding ways to hide stuff from him would be the best way to work against him, is finding ways to hide.
Deprive him of information, yes.
Yeah.
And he is also a person who is very much convinced that his plans are virtually inevitable. So that is a point of arrogance that could be exploited. So, with all due respect to your poison craft and throwing arm, Gin, my recommendation is to stay as far away from Gideon as absolutely possible.
All right.
Put it this way, I have never actually seen him get into a fight. It's
Usually preventing them.
usually any conflict ends before fighting breaks out. It's more a matter of whether you could make the fight start at all. I barely think you guys are even half ready for a fragment of what you will face in Pleasant Valley. So I would not recommend antagonizing Gideon. If anything, play into his game, play along. Perhaps allow him to believe things are going according to plan. It worked for me, so perhaps it will work for you. And keep in mind that even if you were to kill whatever Gideon appears before you, the one that Eustace so kindly killed was not the real one. So I do not know if you can ever rely on Gideon actually appearing in person. It is clear that the man has some method for creating duplicates. So I would not risk anything. You are putting yourself in too much danger for very little potential reward, I would say. Don't worry, I have every faith that Gideon can be taken down in some way, but I must apologize and say that it likely will require patience.
My natural enemy. Alright.
I must admit I am not a big fan of it myself. But it is more important that we actually get him than that we land a strike on him. If you catch my meaning.
I have to prepare my weapons and sharpen my knives to the day I meet him.
Very much so. Speaking of weapons, I did, and Dugal kind of folds together a napkin, cutlery neatly placed, and gets up a little bit. I did want to outfit you with some small boons to assist in Pleasant Valley. Most of my collection is largely sentimental, so I am willing to part with sections of it to aid you.
Yo.
And in other places, I would be happy to facilitate either the creation or the acquisition of tools. Like I said, I do not believe you are prepared for Pleasant Valley at all. So if you...
Cool.
Speaking of Pleasant Valley, what do you know about this third person involved in all this?
The benefactor?
The benefactor is a person I would, if possible, I would recommend avoiding. I do not know them personally very well. And whereas Eustace is a martial force, he brings the strength required, and where Gideon brings the planning, the knowledge, the research. The benefactor is the one who has the bankrolling capabilities, the one who facilitates that aspect.
It's the hit that was made on me.
Yes. While in Pleasant Valley, I would, especially for the group, strongly recommend to not engage.
You don't think that Gideon, if he found out we were here, would probably keep our presence in Pleasant Valley a secret to them, as they might have conflicting goals about a couple of us?
You are fortunate that I do not think that Gideon has an option. Nobody has been able to contact the benefactor or anyone within Pleasant Valley for quite some time.
Right.
This is information we got from Gideon due to a severe tightening of resources for the Crusader movement. Budgets were running dry, put it that way. They are used to a steady stream of income and financial support to run the operation. So I can assure you that you are unannounced. The benefactor likely only has what little information was made available from Otis Halls.
So they're months out of date, then?
Yes, and the information we got from Otis Halls was not ideal. Keelathan was not a good note taker, and as far as I can tell, his second in command met a grisly fate. And Astrophel was not very cooperative and did not do paperwork, to put it that way. So we knew of your capabilities. We knew of the size of the group. We knew you were allied with the gods. However, we didn't have names at the time. We didn't have detailed descriptions. We didn't really have any of that until when cached. That was when the picture became clearer. So I feel like the benefactor, as far as I can tell, they are highly intelligent, but they are used to relying on others for information. If you keep a lower profile and do not engage with their schemes, you could fly under the radar, so to speak.
Looks at Gin, Levi, and Down. I guess the faster we solve whatever's going on in there, the better chance we can get there without.
They kind of pick up on you looking at them and go, "Oh, by flying under the radar, I mean more like not directly associating the group with what happened. Feel free to be flamboyant. For whatever it's worth, in Pleasant Valley, it might be a benefit to be noticed. Social politics is the name of the game in the world of royalty."
Speaking of which, the culture and everything about Pleasant Valley is kind of skewed by the rest of the world's rumors and stuff. When it comes to things like potential foes and everything, looks at both Sorath and Dougal. What could we expect when it comes to any kind of obstacles? I know that. Is it kind of known that monsters aren't really a problem there?
Monsters are still a thing in Pleasant Valley. I'll say that Dougal will probably say Sorath's a way better source on this information than me, and that Sorath can probably share the information that monsters do roam Pleasant Valley. Pleasant Valley is a very large area, and it's only really the townships that are protected. So if you're out in the forests, out in the valleys, or out up in the mountains, those aren't protected. And there are monsters there, but you can expect to see things that perhaps do better in nocturnal environments. And the curse in really the soil of Pleasant Valley does tend to, over time, warp creatures as they spend generations there, essentially adapt to the environment in the same way the heartroot trees have done.
In regard to Pleasant Valley, I advise anyone heading there to not trust anyone that works for or is a part of the Belrose family unless they are close to me.
Yeah. In royal politics, that I understand that the others of you do not have much experience with, there's no such thing as a true ally among equals. And anyone above you is never truly a friend.
That's a little familiar to me, but probably on a different scale.
Yes. Where the crime lords in Wencashed control the streets, neighborhoods, boroughs. Here, expect no violence, expect no hit squads, expect no men in the street. But understand that the influence of royalty upon this world is not primarily frightening due to harm. I would recommend, for those of you who have people you are eager to live comfortable lives, to stay off their bad side. Kind of looking more at Risyuk, partly because that's who they're talking to, but also knowing that Risyuk got involved with the Bernardis. There is a lot of power that is well wielded socially if someone like the Belroses were to publicly voice their preference for another Wenkashti smithy above the Iron Lung.
I see.
And do not take me wrong here. They are fully capable of both assassinations and outright murder, but do not think that their threat is limited to that.
I've heard of their influence during our travels. I know the depths of their reach, at least the minimal limits of that.
While they
You know very little.
While they are still a separate nation, so to put, they are Violusi by heart. And trust me, they know how to change the entire world to their whims, if need be. They are, I guess, probably at this point putting a lot of attention on Gin specifically. They are opponents that you cannot kill. Because what they will do does not rely on them being a physical threat to you.
It's more the process.
Yes.
Cringe.
It is more about legacy.
It's about legacy and it's about law. As much as we might dislike them, you cannot actually physically fight the court. It doesn't functionally achieve anything.
You also should not physically challenge anyone in my family.
Understood.
As
they are fair, son.
My mother is the originator of blood magic. And my great-grandfather is the first to be cursed with needing to survive on blood. And he has been alive for 1,000 years.
Don't worry. Rumors of your family's nightmarishness, not to play offense, but talks of the Belrose family strikes fears into many people just by rumors that are probably inaccurate, but when it comes to how much you should worry about them, probably accurate.
They are less exaggerated than you would think. So they are logical people. So I'm sure you can manage.
Is there any knowledge of what exactly has been plaguing them the last couple of months?
As far as we can tell, the entirety of Pleasant Valley ceased existing. So that might perhaps explain it. Though as far as we can tell, people are still fully able to enter. But
It's just leaving.
no one has left, as far as we can tell, and any arcane attempts to pinpoint it as a location have routinely failed. So that is why once you enter, you are on your own. But yeah, shall we get going? I am, as much as I enjoy this mansion of mine, I kind of excited about seeing my old home. It's been a couple of centuries, I believe, since I've officially sat it as a seat. Though I do like this occasionally visit.
Before we leave, did you happen to see any group of citizens leave Debaya before you headed towards Scar Canyon?
There were a significant amount of the population who left, yes. I do believe I mentioned, I might have forgotten, but Saracen and Virus were on their way. I believe they said they were headed north. Whether they will take the short path to Amangath, or whether they might try their luck even further up north, perhaps somewhere like Kasiv. I don't know. I believe they were wise in not being very public about their destination.
That's
So
good.
I'm sure that if you make contact, they would be happy to inform you.
We'll have to do that before we eventually go into Pleasant Valley.
I would very much recommend that.
Rizio kind of looks a little bit more at ease. Looks up and gives you Sorath gives you a nod of approval, like as if, like, just because you're the one that delivered the note. Well, I shouldn't hold you up. Which way to the workshop again?
I would honestly, if you do not mind, it would be convenient if we could take a brief moment just to depart into Nordtal so I can acquaint you with where you will be staying for the duration.
Oh.
Don't worry, the workshop will be accessible to you once we are comfortable. But if I am to do a round of introductions and to guide you a little to familiarize you with the place, it's preferable if you are there. So if you are in a rush, I can direct you to it. And I suppose your friends can catch you back up.
It's fine. I should know.
But in that case, do not feel pressured to bring anything. We can have anything moved as you desire. Well, come along then. And we'll say here, as kind of that moment dissipates a little, and there is first, the first sage is allowed to travel to Althauptad. This probably leads to another round of goodbyes and hugs and probably some more emotions. Or the door opens, y'all see a very lively, bustling, kind of just giant sprawl of kind of medieval European architecture that just seems to kind of extend over hills. And you can see a large, very large building, kind of blocky and square, not at all fitting with the surrounding architecture, and this very large spire. Most likely that being the Althauptad Library. As Sage steps out, waves goodbye, with both Willow and Basil tagging along with them. And eventually the door closes and Sage goes to the library and starts their own little section of the adventure. Well, yeah. Sage has a horse named Willow and an owlbear cub called Basil, who is a menace. It's like racing a bigger grizzly bear. But yeah. Eventually then, the door opens again to this cold, very fresh, breezy mountain valley village. A light, not too heavy, kind of but still omnipresent layer of snow everywhere. The air pretty dry as you step into Nod Tal. The architecture is sparesome in places, and though very sturdy, very well built. It's a kind of place you can tell is built with the intention of withstanding the ages. Even the wooden houses are mostly lofted houses, so wooden, just tree trunks stacked in an interlocking pattern up. It's a very robust looking town. You can see off a little there is a large mansion that's clashes very strongly with the more rugged practicality of the rest of the architecture. A more countryside manor type house in 2 floors, quite wide, more in the Veerlus Icalean royal style. It's kind of a little off into the back of the town, stands kind of centrally there. Though the thing that probably strikes the lot of you most immediately is seeing on rooftops and from what little trees there are in the town, you can spot imps and other devilish creatures, lesser devils, just kind of around. They don't seem to be engaging with the society that's going on, but more like they're watching. It's almost like they're living gargoyles. And you were informed by Dugal that the god for Nodtal is essentially a contract that was written between Dugal and the townspeople that contracted devils to protect the town from monsters in Dougal's absence. It gives a very much hostile vibe to the town. Doesn't feel welcoming. It has some elements of like feeling like you're watched from windows. It's a little unsettling. Though the people who are walking about, who seem to be the townspeople, seem to be not really mindful of it. They seem to not really see it as something strange. The air here is slightly thinner than what you've just had. Probably a couple of you feel a little bit of very slight altitude sickness from the very sudden shift in pressure. But nothing bad. Probably slight nausea. Especially from those that have lived in lowland regions their whole lives, more or less. But other than that, it's a small, though still decently populated town. Up in the very, very end of a mountain valley, and you can kind of see the view down, framed by both mountainsides as it extends down with this river that would take you further south. So, yeah. Kind of enter. Anyone has any remarks or thoughts or things they want to do, anything they want to look for or spot, you can do that. If not, I'll just continue.
Does Sorath recognize any specific landmarks in the distance and such?
I would say,
isn't it?
You are kind of there's a little bit of mountain, almost wedged in between Nordtal and Pleasant Valley. But you know more from memory that this river that you can see that eventually slowly grows meets up with the river flowing from Pleasant Valley. And you can recognize some of the mountain formation. You are on the right side of the mountains this time, but nothing here is stuff you could clearly see from Pleasant Valley. So, yeah. It looks very much like environments you're familiar with, but no clear noted landmarks that you're like, oh, that is that.
Mm-hmm.
So,
cool.
Yeah. The closest thing would be the mountain that's kind of between Nordtal and Pleasant Valley. You would be seeing perhaps some of the other sides of those peaks, but it's not like a singular mountain. The map abstracts it a little bit. This is a large mountainous region. It's not like these mountains are to scale. That would be ludicrous. So, yeah. For reference for people watching, also for people in the game right now, if these mountains were to scale, I do believe the tallest mountaintops would be close to the length of Kentucky. So that's probably not feasible. So yeah, they're very tall mountains, but not that tall. They're not wildly, unrealistically tall. Think of a bunch of this as Himalayan mountain chains, you know. So, yeah. Other than that, moving on. Then, if
Oh.
had anything else?
Yeah, before Crystal has a proper look outside, she's gonna hesitate and then glance behind her and just try and spot. It's gonna go Flinken. The boots.
Yeah.
May I have them?
Let's go.
Yeah, you can have them, my dear. I hand you over the boots.
This is a cool moment for that is not doesn't have context. So Brad mentioned Flinken's a cobbler, meaning they make shoes, and Crystal during session 1 decided I don't wear shoes and I hate shoes. So there's been a long back and forth kind of rivalry dynamic, and through the emotions and closeness of especially of Flinken saving Crystal's life by sacrificing their arm, Crystal's putting on boots. But yeah. Putting on your nice, very, very expertly fitted, super soft leather, very comfortable boots. They feel pretty good.
Yes. She's definitely gonna feel uncomfortable walking in them for quite a few steps because she expects to feel texture on the ground. She's not feeling the ground. She is feeling the bottom of the boots. She's not used to that.
Imagine.
And she's also a tiny bit taller as well because of the sole thickness, and she's not used to it.
Imagine you do the weird spinny walk that dogs do when you put shoes on them. They look like the shoes have suction cups beneath them.
They're trying to fling them off with every time they pick up their foot. It's shaking them a little bit as they walk and just
yeah.
But Crystal being Crystal, she's gonna try and keep her composure, try and walk as naturally as possible because she doesn't want to show she's not gonna let these shoes beat her. And
Give
she's
me
just gonna
your choice of deception or performance then.
Okay. I'll do performance.
Can I insight?
Yeah, give me an insight check.
I think my passive insight automatically sees through that, I think.
If it's
Sick.
higher, then yes.
Yeah, it's 20.
Oh, damn! Yeah!
Wait, you have a
Jesus.
passive insight of 20? Jesus, mine's only 19.
Oh, true, you have insight expertise, don't you?
Jesus.
Yeah, I do.
But,
Wow.
damn.
Yeah, Crystal's vibing. She got new boots.
Yeah. You can tell, Lankin, that Crystal's not used to this, and rationally you're yeah, if I never wore shoes, they probably would feel pretty weird the first time, you know? But they're powering through it, and they're doing good. As for you, Crystal...
Well, I think they're a fantastic look for you, darling. Look.
Yeah,
They're like a
it
new
looks
woman.
Great. Thank you.
Would say for Crystal...
Yeah.
You've performed in less comfortable outfits. This is manageable.
She's just gonna whisper under her breath, I can do this.
So, with Crystal being very, very brave wearing her shoes.
So brave.
Such a big girl, wow.
Yeah. So I'll step in to Nordtal, following Gal probably back to walking arms linked with Sorath in this very regal performance. Very clear that the two of them have gotten an extensive amount of education and training in courtship. So yeah,
They're doing the thing that like no one else in the party really knows.
yeah,
The importance and weight that them doing this carries, because they're very much just like flaunting. Yeah,
yeah.
we're a
Flinken
thing
probably
now.
would know actually, because Flinken
Oh,
also
that's
did
fair.
grow up in the Virlus. Flinken is familiar with like, oh yeah, this is like that upper class like do like behave this, use this fork before this fork, and make sure you like sit in this order. And it probably for Flanken is like, man, these weird rich people, this fucking aristocracy bullshit with all their rules, can't we just eat like a good meal, you know?
Can't we just eat pussy, please?
But so Flinken would definitely pick up on that, and I'm pretty sure Gunther would have some familiarity with it themselves,
Cool.
due to their kind of proximity with some of the culture surrounding that.
They're not even like married, and they're out here flaunting
Yeah.
that shit. It's
So-
wild.
So yeah, for Flinken, it does very much communicate like an official statement of we are an item. So in like court politics, this is a big deal. In any other situation, nah. But yeah, as you guys kind of step in the town, the mansion door kind of vanishing behind you eventually, as the spectral outline of the mansion also vanishes. The seemingly normal day-to-day hustle and bustle of the town just kind of immediately stops, and the town just goes quiet. Every single conversation stops, and everyone just is looking at all of you. And there is... You sense no love, but also no hostility. It feels like you walked into a room and every single person in like this room full of 500 people just watched you walk in late to a company meeting. That's like that professionally tense relationship.
Does
Dugal kind
Sorath
of grins
notice?
a little at it.
Does Sorath notice anyone picking up on who she is as well?
Give me your choice of insight or perception. I don't know if either are higher. For the rest of you, it's very clear, like Dugal said, these people don't have a warm relationship with Dugal.
22.
It seems like most of the random people around aren't picking up on your identity just from the glance. However, there are some people who very quickly come half running. It's two, looks like perhaps guards or soldiers, accompanying a tall, slender man, kind of a little bit of a sunken face, very bony, who has this very, very straight, almost like bowl cut haircut, very faintly turquoise teal coloration to it. No, primarily seems like it's gone white. They look older, probably in their 60s or so. They have a kind of spindly, long fingers that seem to be grasping around this very neatly leather-bound book that they're kind of holding onto. You can see just the faintest hint of elven ears, probably in half-elf some sort. They eventually come hurrying towards the group. They bow deeply. And they go, "My Duke, I see you have returned. We were not expecting your visit." Girl goes, "Ah, there's no worry. I would only wish to be housed in my family mansion for a little while. I have some guests," and gesturing towards the group. "They will be staying for a handful of days. I assume the mansion is in a prepared state." And the person gives a half nod. Goes, "It might take a little bit to get everything up and running, but it should be in an serviceable standard at the moment." And Dugal gives like a slight scoff. There's clear that like there's a little bit of humor in it. They're not like there's not judgment, more like they're putting pressure on an annoyance. And the older man scoffs back, not really reflecting any of the humor of the situation, and goes, "Would you like to be escorted either way?" And Dugal turns to the party, goes, "What do you think? Would you like a small tour of the area, or do we just feel like settling?" Choice for the party to make.
I would like to get to know the area a little bit.
Gal kind of
So-
gestures to the rest of the party. Feel free to make your choices. We can split up a little if some have more urgently a desire to get on with something else.
Crystal is gonna have a look at the terrain,
Hmm.
and look down back at her shoes, and she just kind of goes, "Less walking, please."
Nugal nods. "I think we will have some of my entourage escorted to the mansion. I'll take the others myself." And the older man nods and kind of gestures that those who wish to head to the mansion just get acquainted with that and then get on with other things. They can follow the older man, who is the majordomo of the mansion. Whereas those who are tagging along for the sightseeing, I suppose, can go with Sorath and Dugal. All I ask is that you guys decide where you go. No.
I'll probably go to the mansion.
Okay.
I'm gonna see those sites.
Yeah,
So,
go see some sites.
Good to get information.
Yeah. So Levi and Crystal go to the mansion. And
Also going to the mansion.
okay, cool. Levi, Crystal, got the mansion.
Oh, I was going with them to the mansion too.
Oh, okay, cool. Because that's probably good to get some information, so I assumed you were sightseeing.
Yeah.
But,
Oh,
yeah, cool. So, yeah, and yeah, are joining the trip. In that case, I'll... The group that is escorted to the mansion are taken for the short little walk through the town to this mansion house. Very much a little bit of like an older style, but still sturdy manor house that, as you approach, the doors are opened by what you can tell are servant staff that probably were called in on relatively short notice, as y'all kind of just showed up, and they show you through the mansion to a large section of guest rooms. So for the sake of it, if anyone wants to specifically double up and share a room, specify that, because there are rooms enough for everyone to have one for themselves. So, there's a lot of guest space. And as you guys are kind of walked through, Major Domo explains in a very rehearsed and disinterested way that this is the LaVey Manor. It's been in the LaVey family for a little over 300 years. And it's been the seat of the familial power. Goes into stuff about LaVey family being a long-standing house within Beerless royalty, but it's definitely coming off as almost like a disinterested tourist guide. And a lot of the people here feel like they're very actively just doing a job. Feels very... It doesn't feel in any way what something like Wasir Bernardi's mansion felt like, where everything felt like a very structured, well-oiled machine almost. So, yeah. You are showed to rooms that you can select. And if you have any questions to the Major Domo, a Major Domo, if that's... I just realized that's not necessarily a word that everyone is familiar with. The Major Domo is someone who is in charge of the staff for a household. So, think of them
I
as
thought
like...
that was their name.
Oh, no. It's a position.
Okay.
It's think of them as like, you have like butlers who are kind of in charge of very specifically servant staff. This is the person who's kind of like almost like the general manager of a household, in a sense. And the Major Domo also has the right to speak on behalf of the household when the masters of the house are away. They can't make final decisions, but if someone comes for like questions, they can be like, in their stead, I will make a temporary call. So it's an important position, but
Yeah, and
Yeah.
given how little Dougal is there, they run the mansion.
this is
All
more or
the
less the
time.
person who in practice runs Nordtal day to day, but on paper they are a servant employee of Dougal's household. Dougal just never comes here, so this essentially is like a mayoral position in a way, realistically. No, they have not introduced themselves. They seem cold and standoffish and generally disinterested in Dougal and in you all.
Blame him. We did kind of just show the fuck up.
Yeah.
After years of Dougal not being here.
Yep.
Yeah, this is how things work. This is how things have worked for context, I don't think we've mentioned this on the stream yet. Dougal's like over 250 years old.
Yeah.
And has been running this place for over 200, very least.
He looks like he's in his 40s.
Yeah, it looks late 40s, so
Yeah.
so. But he is very old and he's more or less immortal. He's a weird
Yeah,
guy.
he's a tiefling.
Yeah, he's also a tiefling, you know? Just
Purple and orange tiefling.
yeah, purple and orange tiefling, covered in scar carvings of different symbols. But yeah.
Yeah, Uti cursed me with a love interest for my OC that is really hard to get a commission of.
Yeah. By far the character design I've made that is the hardest to get art of. You just gotta get art of him very clothed. So all the scars are covered up.
Boo!
But yeah. Anything the mansion crew would want to ask about or do in this mansion right away? Or
Yeah. Well, you first.
Does it have any accommodations like the other one, or is it very like? I'm guessing, like, obviously wouldn't be able to manifest things, but
this is a normal house. This is just a building.
I'm
so-
just asking. Does it have any
Yeah.
workshops or anything?
The workshop will be in Dougal's extra-dimensional mansion.
Okay.
You don't know exactly how they're planning on setting it up, but they imply that you'd soon enough have easy access to enter and leave. You figure it might possibly, maybe, be something that Dougal has to do. So, might have to wait until Dougal's taken a little trip around town, and then be nice with the
I'll
group.
then ask the Major Dono. So, how did you and Dougal meet?
Oh, we have never met. This is my first encounter with him personally.
I'm guessing you were given instructions on what to do on his return, if he ever were to return.
The contract is very clearly outlined. And we keep to its minimum requirements at all times.
Boy!
Ivory.
Sorry.
Can I be shown the kitchen?
Yes, of course. And they call another of the servant staff. Go, could you show this gentleman to the kitchens? They nod. And Levi's taken to the kitchens. If Risu got any more things they want to ask about, I'll let them finish.
Yeah.
If the answer is no, that's also valid.
Oh. So we're in Nortal right now, right?
Yes, you're in Nordtal right now.
No, we're on the moon.
Fast travel.
I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Mars.
So I've heard the rumors of Pleasant Valley's disappearance has that affected anybody from here, or do you know how far that reaches out?
They look at you a little confused. They go, well, they have, as far as I am aware, stopped trade. So I suppose the valley is still where it's been. As far as I'm aware, those things are quite hard to move. And you have a moment of realizing this is not someone who has insight into the esoteric magical aspects of what might have happened to Pleasant Valley. And they're looking at you like you're kind of crazy. And there's also a very clear, not at all disguised, just perfect, like, they're perfectly fine with that. Like they expected that Gal brought some guests. I'm sure that those guys are lunatics.
I'm a kill.
And you just kind of sit there in this moment of being like, oh, this person doesn't respect me at all.
I was just wondering if there's been any like kind of warning system for a place like so close to Pleasant Valley when it comes to township.
Yeah, no, that what they've gotten is essentially they know. What's the wrong tab to put that on? They seem to know that the trade issues are a thing. They seem to have that bit covered. But yeah, it's fine. Also, if someone could be very kind, please refund please refund Taylor points. I'm so sorry, I forgot to disable the make me do and make noises redeemed. They're not supposed to be active during D&D for obvious reasons. So, hey, get back here on tomorrow, maybe, if we're live tomorrow with Tam, and then you can redeem as many hours you want. But I'm not letting you interrupt my D&D game for 500 points.
Damn.
I'm protective of this.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, it's a very strange dynamic. So it's a weird situation, for sure. But yeah, you're kind of just there now. This person going like, you're strange.
So with trade routes cut off from Pleasant Valley, has it affected your economy in ways that you've had to?
We do fairly little trade with Pleasant Valley. They mainly deal in luxury goods. We are of the more practical sort.
Who would be your second closest trading route, or what? would be your second most important, or closest, not importance, but trade route.
You are to
then-
talk trade. I do believe you are acquainted with someone who has more authority on that than me. So,
Forgive me if I was getting tired of talking to a single person about all goings on of this area. It's nice to try to vary it up. It kind of gives him a look.
give me a persuasion check if you feel like this is genuine,
Yeah.
because I feel like that was genuine.
Roll. 7.
They look at you. There is like a nod of understanding, though not necessarily of sympathy. They simply go, Pleasant Valley might be somewhat close as the bird flies, but they are on a different fork of the river, so they are not the most convenient trade partner for day-to-day goods.
I guess that makes sense. Sorry, I'm not used to the customs of this side of the range.
Oh, I am
The other
certain
coast.
our customs are a little unique.
As honestly, this is the first time of me studying foot in the western side of the continent.
I hope you enjoy your stay. It's a choice time of year to arrive.
Well, thank you.
I've been very excited for this fucking NPC to show up, because this dude's
I just
essentially
really love it.
this dude's essentially a mayor, but then Dougal showed up, and now they have to be someone's like servant. They're like,
Yeah,
Rizyux.
Rizyux basically was like, you know how it feels to be around this dude now. You can
Yeah.
understand why I'm trying to reach out to somebody else about stuff than just
However,
one person
do note
they've never met.
they've never actually like properly met Dougal first. They're like, all I know is that he has this annoying ass contract that I suddenly had to uproot my fucking day to go play housekeeper for this mansion that we just keep empty. This dude's not happy about it, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So, yeah. Essentially, you're dealing with with a regional manager that just had to like cover someone's like a cashier shift, and just got a text saying that due to some like travel issues, this means they'll miss an important meeting later. And they're like, God fucking damn it. There's definitely
That's another
like
version of Aberash.
there's definitely a layer of like, this is beneath me to them. It's not purely it's not purely rosy stuff, so oh, if y'all haven't refunded Panda's points yet, don't refund them.
Oh, I already have. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. Hey, Tay didn't know about that. So they can get their points back, of course, so they can redeem it later. Panda knew about it. So fuck you. But yeah. There's the noticeable tension and not hostility but annoyance. But they seem to be dedicated in doing the duty that they've been given. So feel free to take the horns. Do that whenever. I don't mind. You can have them.
Oh, take and have them, but when I take them, it's so fuck.
Oh yeah, no, it's I complained to you because you're in the call, and I get to make weird noises at you. Take and have them if it keeps you occupied. Feel free to have them. I'll attach them to a little rattle for you.
Oh my god. I said your favorite word. The back rooms jingle, 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 jingle. That Markiplier audio is so. Well, video.
But yeah. Does Rizu got anything else they want to talk to this person about?
Yes, I'm glad you asked. I guess. Is there anything we should know about the wilds around here, outside of the city?
Well, probably not something you aren't familiar with. Do not go wandering off into the mountains. They are dangerous. Do not go wandering without protection. It is dangerous. And within the town, you'll be safe. I suppose that given your method of transportation to Duclave, is that you aren't leaving on foot. If I were you, for convenience sake, I would just recommend staying within this town bounds.
Got it.
They nod at you. You can tell, like, they're kind of softening a little. More as if they're slowly getting over the first little, like, interruption to their rhythm and just being like, okay, this is what I'm doing now, I'm settling into it. And you can tell that it doesn't seem like they actually have anything against you specifically. Yeah. Seems to be a combination of them being frustrated with the situation the contract puts them in with the girl, and also just being frustrated with being interrupted in their duties for jobs. So, yeah. That's that. Levi. I guess we'll have some hydration. Well,
Thank you, Mari.
Leva's taken to the kitchens.
Back rooms.
What?
Sick.
I hope you're drinking for all of those, Panda.
I have some Propel, so. Also, once Levi's in the kitchen,
Yes.
you know, Gunther's been sort of down in the dumps.
Yeah.
So
I've noticed that Gunther is a little.
yeah.
It's a little worse for wear.
Yeah, a little bit. You know, I wonder why.
Yeah. You're taken into the kitchens. These are very similar to this type of kitchen you worked at in Wencashed. This kind of like manor staff kitchen. So that's fun. Now that there's like that little similarity there.
Do they have fish? Like,
they have some fish. It's not a lot. It is mainly like river fish. They probably have a little bit of fresh fish, but they do have potted fish. They have salted fish, dried fish, any type of
probably-
preserved fish. So
He'll probably take whatever fresh fish and root fish he could take, and he's gonna make he's gonna make sashimi in the shape of the group with well, not sashimi, sushi in the shape of the group with also
actually,
And
give
which is
me
also
give me a
five-
cooking check.
okay.
Make sure to use squid for Crystal and Sora.
And we'll
All
see
right.
if this is sashimi compatible fish.
Okay.
What?
20? Dirty 20?
Dirty 20. I'll say the fish up here, the fish you see, aren't fish that you recognize as fish you can eat raw. Some of the fish you haven't seen before, but you can't eat all fish raw. So sashimi, probably not the best idea.
Instead, he'll just cook a variety of whatever Gunther's favorite food is then.
What is Gunther's favorite food, Joel? Do you know?
Never really thought about it, to be honest.
Do you think Gunther would have shared this information at some point?
No.
Okay.
I thought Levi would know, just from whenever Dougal gave food.
Dougal
Got him.
Dougal got food from the regions, but it's not like Dougal had like the find everyone's favorite food spell to mind read everyone's favorite food. But
It might.
I can tell you right now, big spoiler, it's not one of none of the
Damn
scars none of the scars detect favorite foods. So
Probably not because you wouldn't know how to make those. But
yeah, it's relatively likely that Levi has not picked up on the fact that they are wheat brownies, especially because they're catnip brownies. So even if Levi ate some, they wouldn't do anything.
Be like, these got a weird texture. That'd be about it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's an interesting aftertaste.
Is that cilantro?
Levi's trying to pull back some memories of what he. But it was when he was on the boat.
So the cuisine Gunther is used to is relatively heavy in fish. More like most of the cuisine is various fresh fish. Probably a more grain heavy. You'd find stuff like pastas you could find in that region. So like it's more on like the wheat semolina grains type.
Oh my god, everyone
Yeah.
gets their special shaped ravioli.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Instead of, we will make ravioli, like I guess people-shaped ravioli, group-shaped ravioli, whatever the
Oh
hell.
my
it's
god, like the macaroni they have, like
Yeah.
SpongeBob macaroni.
called. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just gently cutting the shape out of the dough and then crimping it, and it's just
Yeah.
a little shape.
and be able to like actually fill it in somehow, some way
Yeah.
with.
So you'll make raviolis based on the party.
Yep.
Cool. Personalized
And
raviolis.
because- Yep, and for some reason, instead of being like, mostly usually the raviolis like are beef or like cheese or something. He's gonna somehow make this seafood ravioli.
There are
Yeah,
different.
there's seafood
Yeah,
there are
ravioli.
seafood ravioli.
Yeah, seafood.
So
I've never eaten seafood ravioli personally, and like in real
Well,
life,
me either.
but yeah.
Yeah.
So,
but
But-
yeah. I'm not sure if they
It'd
would
probably be
specifically
kind of similar to
called
like
ravioli.
it'd probably be similar to like dumplings, where it's like you have it ground up a little bit.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, you can definitely make something like that. Give me another cooking check to actually make the
Yeah.
meal this time.
Can I get? I will give myself guidance first.
Yes. Just give me a see.
Is there a cook in the kitchen? Like another person in the kitchen?
There's a small chef staff.
I'll probably ask someone to help me with some like the steps.
Okay, yeah. They help you out, get you some stuff, and normally that would get you advantage, but you already have advantage, so I'm gonna lower the DC.
Oh, wait, did I?
Yes.
Oh.
Because you took a bath and contacted the Principal Levistus, you gained advantage on your next cooking check.
Oh, I thought it was on the next cooking check that I had like something with revenge or something.
Oh no, that's another thing.
Oh,
You gained two things. You gained advantage on the next cooking check, and then you got the Chef's Blessing of Levistus, which can be used on any cooking check, and you can choose when to use it, as long as the cooking check somehow relates to vengeance or betrayal.
don't know how Levi uses this, but sure.
It will be very funny
Yeah.
if you never use it through the entire campaign. That would be hilarious.
Yeah. Alright. You know?
Yeah, it's
Ooh.
pretty good.
Hey, 32.
Hey.
Spend some
pretty
time
good.
working through and making some food. In that case,
Whatever the seafood ravioli is, it tastes good, apparently.
yeah. Well, for Crystal and Gunther, I just want to ask, like, what are y'all doing once you get to this manor?
Sorry, one time.
Crystal and Gunther, I just want to check in with what you guys do. Gunther potentially might just go to one of the rooms and stay
Oh
there.
yeah. I was gonna have him ask one of the people to escort him to one of the rooms.
Yeah, you're escorted to a room. It's nice. It's for the first time in a decent while, very private. And it's a nice room for a guest. Nice quality of furniture, nice quality of the bed. Definitely has like the entire manor smells a little bit like a house that hasn't been used for a while. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But it's nice and comfortable. You're just in your room now. You gonna do anything else, or is Gunther just existing?
Taking a nap.
Okay. Yeah, actually valid. You haven't slept. Gunther goes to take a nap. And as for Crystal,
Crystal will probably go with Levi to the kitchen and she'll start like getting used to walking with shoes on. She'll start walking up and down like the hallway. She just wants company while she adjusts to walking and stuff, and she feels like Levi could I don't know, if Crystal follow McFell, Levi would help.
give me a dexterity check.
Let's see if I eat dirt. 16?
You're not gonna fall. It takes you a little bit to get more used to it, but it starts feeling natural relatively quickly. It's still like not something you're super used to, but it starts like feeling less like it's constantly bugging you. Like you start forgetting that you're wearing them. Times.
Don't worry, Crystal. Apparently, there's like even worse shoes. Apparently, called these things called heels. I've seen some people wear. They look awful to wear.
What do they look like?
Sorath wears heels, by the way.
Oh,
wait, Sorath wears heels? Oh shit!
She wears like heeled boots.
Yeah, Sorath essentially wears like more like
Wedge.
riding boots for
No,
like,
not wedges.
normal wear. like that
What?
kind
No,
of heel.
Levi's talking about dress heels. Like
Sorath
still-
probably
Yeah, they
has
just-
worn higher heels in when they aren't in a
Yeah.
combat countryside adventure.
yeah, you know those
Yeah.
shoes that Sorath wears? Those look really uncomfortable.
Ah, and Crystal's gonna like stand on like her tippy toes to try and like imitate what it would be like to be that much taller in heels, and she's
The
just gonna...
change is not that big, I would imagine, because I mean, cats don't stand on their heels anyways. So
Oh yeah, that's true.
it's
Well,
like you gain like you stand on your tippy toes and you gain like half an inch, like a couple of centimeters of height, just like.
We should ask Lincoln to try to make you some dress heels.
let me...
It's just shoes with a single spike that you balance on.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you kind of acclimatize yourself to your shoes. It's Gunther goes to try and take a nap. Sorath, Lincoln, and Gin are throwing a little trip around Nuttall. It's not a big town. It probably doesn't take y'all more than 15-20 minutes to cover more or less the spots that Dougal thinks of as of interest. They walk past a bunch of places, kind of just describing a little bit of like the history of the town, there being the northernmost town in the Virus, and so on and so forth. And of the things that are noted that they do stop by is that there's a cobbler's workshop with a local cobbler who was here in case Lincoln feels the need to connect with some colleagues, I suppose. And there are different, like, essentially kind of going through a little bit of the industry establishments. Explain that Nuttall is partly kind of like an outpost town, partly to hold territory, but also that a lot of their industry comes from transportation of ice during warmer parts of the year. They have sections higher up in the mountain where they have lakes that freeze over even in the summer that they can cut ice from and then ferry it downriver. And that's the big industry in Nuttall. They're ice merchants. So, yeah. Walk past different things. If there's anything that Flinkin, Gin, or Sorath specifically would be interested in, feel free to mention it. But other than that, I can just go through some different things. But I don't know if y'all have any preferences at all. If y'all say nothing, then I'm gonna assume no. Also, yeah, that's not my plan.
I don't think I have anything of note.
Well, you, in that case, continue on kind of going through Gal, explaining certain things that are more for the townspeople, and certain things that are a little more tied to the LaVey family. Other things that are stopped by is there is a place that y'all don't walk to, but that Dougal describes the directions to get to. There is a little bit outside of town. If you head off the road a little out to the, like, kind of up into the east into the mountain into like the little bit of woods that are in this area. You guys aren't fully above the tree line yet. That there is at least as far as Dougal remembers, there's an old lady who lives out there who does have a history for having a peculiar collection of various plants and herbs that they occasionally are willing to sell. And that's they kind of describing this very casually, but while doing so, they are more and more and more intently focusing on Gin. Being like, yeah, no, this lady, she sells some rare plants that aren't really sold other places, that, don't really have uses to most people, and could be, like, kind of hard to get hold of.
She sells poison shit, doesn't she?
From the way Dougal talks around it, it sounds more like she happens to be a dedicated horticulturist who, because of that, just so happens to be in possession of various plants that probably are pretty poisonous.
She got that hardcore Zaza.
Yeah.
Please never say that again.
Are you a cop, Marcha? You have to tell us if you're a cop.
I am not a cop, otherwise I would have thrown myself out the window.
They're just aggressively white.
What?
What? You said
Say that like
Zaza.
that's not expected.
But yeah.
It's expected, just disappointing at times.
You're the one that chose this path.
Yeah, so Dougal kind of like once they notice that Gin finally gets it, they continue with though, if I remember correctly, probably would be better to visit at the end of the week. I would perhaps recommend visiting on Ilimud. So it'll be in 2 days. They are a bit peculiar about timetables and schedules. I'm sure you will have much in common in certain ways. They, with that mentioned, continue on, walking past a jeweler who is more of a crafts person than a salesperson, and that works here partly due to it being considered required for there to be a jeweler in towns where there is royalty in the Virlus, even though there isn't a lot of demand for jewelry here. And essentially, this person, as Dougal explains, more or less lives fully subsidized by the LeVay household. They're like, hey, we want you to be here and be the town jeweler, and you're probably not going to get a lot of business, so we're just going to pay you to be here instead. It's a peculiar arrangement, but yeah. But yeah. And yes, the music did end, but Mel's on the phone right now, so yeah. I don't think they're gonna turn it on for a
Mine
little
is
bit,
still
but
going.
is it Mario Kart starting?
No, it's
track
like
music.
comfy jazz. Okay,
Cool. We'll listen to comfy jazz now.
It hasn't been since that happened. I changed it immediately because I was like, I can't focus.
Yeah. But yeah. So, kind of explains the curious situations of like this tradition and kind of requirements to have legitimacy surrounding the presence of jewelers in towns. Other than that,
You said they work mostly in craft, not sales.
yeah. So
Okay.
they're more of a jewelry maker than like they don't really work retail, meaning they have the inventory they have and they'll make with that, but they don't really have an extensive connections network. So they aren't going to be like, oh, I would want this specific custom order thing that you'll have to import and consult other specific tradespeople and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they kind of get through that, kind of just going on through the town, and they're more or less covering the little spots of potential interest. It's a small town. Before they eventually circle around and start heading direction of the mansion, y'all are united with the rest of the group in various fashions. There's probably some lunch in the form of U-shaped raviolis had at some point. But partly due to the fact that we did like a little over an hour and a half of various pre-stream activities and like recap. I think we might take a break here because we have gone for a long time without a break.
Yeah.
So yeah.
True.
Break time.
Time to get silly.
Yeah.
My name's Billy.
You know it.
And then when I get back from break, I'll see if we can, at a little bit of a more abridged pace, just go through this day and probably the next day as well, and see if we
What
can...
are we doing tomorrow, Oti?
Well, if Levi wanted to go to Orst,
Yeah.
they
we're going to Orst. Yeah.
What are we doing tomorrow? The thing you requested.
The same thing we do every day. Talk to NPCs and do a good time. Yay!
What kind of good time?
Unless it's a bad time.
Woo! Bad times are more fun.
Dance?
So this would be the part of the stream where we can interact with chat as much as we want.
Yes. Interact
Chat,
as
say
much as you
penis.
want. I'll leave y'all as the... I'll leave the chat in your capable hands while I go and take a piss. Because I need to stay on
That's
brand.
who we are!
I'll be back soon.
Be safe.
What
I have to
plans
practice
can we
my low
make?
voice. I have to practice my low voice. I hate it. I hate how it's not natural.
You sound really good though with your
You
resume
do.
voice.
Thank you. It's just I need it to become more natural sounding, but at the same time I also want to work on higher voices.
Maybe
I'm
next
at a-
campaign.
I'm at a crossroads where I have a high vocal range I want to work on and a low vocal range I want to work on. It's just, you want to be able to present feminine and hyper masculine for certain characters. Joe! I'm gender
Okay.
gaseous. Oh god, no. We don't have enough helium in the world right now. We're losing it.
If you want helium for a silly little time, is it called helium?
Oh my god. Bo-
I have a hunch that Fred has fallen asleep.
Right. What I kind of hope is there's a way to take off the, like, turn off alerts when somebody connects and disconnects from the above VTT.
I see, yeah.
Because, like, I'm guessing people lose connection for like a second to it, and then get able to put back.
Yeah, it gets quite interesting because every now and then the chat doesn't actually show chat messages with it, but a simple refresh resolves it.
Aye.
Oh yeah, let me check Jules' profile picture in Discord. Oh, is that the doodle redeem from yesterday? I like it.
Oh.
I know that Jules gone AFK, but I approve. For those not able to access Discord, Jules' profile picture is him in the Yamcha pose where he is dead from the Goku anime One Piece. No, I'm joking. It's from Dragon Ball Z.
There was a really cool reanimating of the Dragon Ball Z American opening recently. It's got a lot of fun animators that worked on that one. I'll post it somewhere. I'll post it in our chat, but not in. Let me go find it. It's really good. I like it a lot. It's got Worth the Kids, one of my favorite animators. And Ross.
Robert Ross.
Robert Ross.
Robert Ross. Let me give this a watch. The music's going to change in a moment because I'm watching this animation, but don't mind that.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I was kind of hoping it would be Ryuk who ended up interacting with Angel Domo.
Yeah, do you like how I calmed myself?
Yeah.
Being like, I'm not gonna diss Dougal, but I want you to know that it's we've had to deal with them. You're just now getting to deal with this whole situation.
Hmm.
I can understand how going to one person and being that reliant on them can feel a little.
Yeah.
Because Ryuk doesn't have any disrespect for Dougal. It's just having to rely on one person for so much feels a little I don't know, it just makes
It's
you feel
vulnerable
very
for
like
sure.
Yeah.
And I can definitely see Ryuk's frustration. It's just really funny that Ryuk's like, yeah, no, I'm sure you must understand. Dealing with Dougal, and the person's like, no, I don't do that at all.
Well, the thing also is we're not so used to dealing with like people that have lived super long lives. So Ryuk's like, oh right, yeah, been here since this man was in this position.
Yeah, no, I just like that because I feel like it's, especially with Ryuk, it just puts such a contrast to like all the weirdness of the situation scenario.
Question: do I get any of the benefits of my multi-class yet? Since technically we did do the level up, but technically in story I still have to figure out that.
I mean, you get the benefits of everything when you level up, and if you want to say, I don't have this yet, then that can be, that will be your RP decision.
Yeah, because I'm gonna get advantage on insight checks, just in general. It's gonna be great! Advantage and a +4.
Yeah.
on top of a pretty decent wisdom.
Yeah.
I'm really happy Insight is one of those I have proficiency in.
It's a good one to have, you know.
Oh yeah, we also have +4 in proficiency or bonuses now.
Yeah, that's why Flankin's passive insight is so fucking high.
Yeah.
When you got expertise, your passives go fucking colossal.
Yeah, this is the furthest out. Like before, the furthest out to the west of the continent was technically Orst, not Orst, Ordis Halls.
Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, I think Ortisol is, yeah. Even if you had been to somewhere
More
like Amangoth, Ortisol is still longer west.
It's an Among Us would be more like like it'd be closer to the culture that Rizik's
Oh yeah,
used to
Amangoth,
than
like Amangoth does not have any overlap like culturally. Also, yes, there is a town called Amangoth, which is yes an Among Us reference, and it was going to be a very funny, very silly murder mystery intermission arc between all the plots that we are not going to again because Salem decided to, you know, fuck an old man.
Oh. I mean, yeah, no, age-wise, I guess you're right, no matter what. But it was like he's more middle-aged in build at the most. But then I'm like, oh wait. What was that, Mel?
Oh, I said hooray for sex.
Oh.
Sex?
Sex?
Zex.
So I just got back. Sex?
Also, it's really funny. All my passives are the same. They're all 15.
Oh, wow.
I can't wait. I hate that I'm itching for combat at some point, but
I don't think we're getting that this week.
I don't. No, I had no intention to think there would be any. I'm just like my brain's like, I want to see what I can do. I want to see what I can do.
As soon as we got some new stuff. Well, technically, what you could do right now is not very much.
Yeah. I have a lot of things I can do. It's
yeah, but you do have. You still don't have your armor at all, so.
True.
Yeah.
So we're still gonna wait on a couple. Salem's still away.
Salem is gonna take a little break. Just get some tiny bit of rest. So they've said that they're okay with us continuing without them for a little bit.
We love you, Salem.
And since you are listening, Salem, just if you want Sarah to be doing something, just fucking DM me it, and I'll relay. Because they said they are listening, so.
I really wish there was a way to turn off the notification whether somebody leaves or enters the TTT or VTT.
Doesn't have like perfect customization, but it's very functional. It works pretty well.
Yeah. I like it a lot so far.
But yeah. How many people are back by now?
I'm back.
Cool.
Not back. I have chips.
Let's go. What is Fred's status at the moment? Are they away? Are they asleep? Are they back?
I haven't heard from him in a while. I think he's asleep.
If Fred's asleep, that's very, very understandable. Yeah. What time is it for Fred right now? It's 4:07 for Fred AM. So
Mm.
The sun's out.
Yeah, I mean the sun's starting to come out for me too, so no, not yet. I'm just, Jesus Christ, wait. I'm so disoriented in terms of what time of day it is. I need to get.
Thank you for
legally
approving of the bobcat. I had like sped through this during the big recap you did, Uzi.
Nice.
The idea hit me, and I was like, I need to cook.
But yeah, in that case, we can probably start back up again.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
So, yeah. The group is now all at the Levy familial manor. Gathered up. Got your stuff managed there. And have the, or especially for like the sake of for the sake of Gunther being a person, being a thing, I just want to say, like, people have their lunch. You'll have the little bits of food that Levi made. And just again, because I want to keep tabs on Gunther's state and action. You had the raviolis shaped like the party members, right, Levi?
Yeah.
Levi had that? Cool. So, not sure if Gunther would be necessarily awake at the time y'all get back to have some ravioli lunch. But
yeah, he's having that cold.
Yeah, but I just want to know how Gunther would do with cold bunny shaped raviolis at this moment. Like, what are
Wait,
those?
so
vibes?
is all of the shapes like mixed in
No.
with each other, or is everyone
they're-
getting
they're
kind
all,
of like?
they're all mixed in. Like,
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So everyone's getting a little bit of everything.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Like
Cool.
maybe for some reason Sora gets three crystals for some reason. I don't know.
Oh, this is the thing. This is a thing that that the chat doesn't know
each-
about.
Oh, actually, I wasn't even going for that. I was just trying to give a random number.
Yeah, so there has been a running gag that's still, I guess, kind of a thing, where Levi still hasn't really picked up on Sorath and Dugal being a couple, and thinks that Sorath is dating Crystal, and that they're going to get married.
Y'all are invited to the wedding.
So, I think that's important information for the viewers to have. So, yeah.
But it's not like you only got jewels. All the Gunthers.
Yeah.
You probably got like a
Okay.
assortment.
I was just like, I don't know if Gunther would do well with a bowl full of yellow bunnies right now.
Because at the end of the day, Levi probably cooked it all in the same pot.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
like
yeah.
separated it. Yeah, so.
In that case, it's a little less of an intense reminder. So, yeah.
I mean, you might still agonize over seeing the yellow bunny. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's a little less. It's not as much. Yeah.
I would like to remind everyone that Gunther and Eustace, before Eustace's transformation, are like very identical to each other.
Mm-hmm.
Like Gunther is basically just a younger Eustace.
Mm-hmm. There's been a couple of moments through the campaign where people have remarked on Gunther looking similar.
Mm-hmm.
By similar, I mean almost identical. He looks like depressed Eustace. So, current Eustace.
Ironically, with brighter fur.
Yeah.
Ever so slightly, but it is brighter.
Yeah. So y'all have your lunch. Cool about that. It's up to y'all how you feel about lunch. Keep in mind, Gunther's not necessarily the only character who's been through some shit lately, but well, the one who's taken it the hardest for sure. But yeah, y'all have your seafood raviolis. Dugal goes through a process to essentially connect the door to the mansion to a door within this current manor house. So you won't have to rely on Dugal to create a doorway. Essentially, they have a special door kind of in a back side of the manor house in Nordtal that is designed specifically so it can be a consistent access point. So once that is set up, that means that people like Resyuk can, go and get their work on,
Yep.
So yeah. And other than that, y'all are a little bit at liberty to spend time as you wish. I know of a thing that someone wants to do, but we can do other things before that in case other people have stuff they want to spend this day. You're kind of just in Nordtal, and you have access to Dugal's mansion, and that's mostly it here. So, whatever activities, things people do, they can do them now.
And I can't do it. Can't buy anything now, right?
You could still go and check. However, Dugal recommended waiting until waiting for 2 days was when they recommended going to purchase. But you can't just say fuck it.
Gin's gonna write a letter. Actually, he's gonna see if the town could deliver letters.
Yeah. There's not really like a post office or anything, but you can definitely find people who are willing to deliver a letter to you on your behalf.
If they would do it, they'll cross anywhere.
It's not like a long trip. It's a little bit outside of the town, a little bit into the woods. So people who are hunters, for example, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I can stop by that on my way to check
I
my
need this to go.
tracks." You can also just go yourself. It's like a 10-minute walk at most.
Oh, okay. To a place I could send the letter.
No, to the place.
Okay, then I guess never mind then.
You can just go on your own, but if you don't want to bother going out and like getting out into the woods, then you can just pay someone to hand it over on your behalf. That's an option.
Yeah, but the letter that I want to send will go to the Singing Sands.
Oh, I thought you wanted to... If you wanted to send it to the Singing Sands, then that's a little more complicated. But you can definitely have that arranged. So, the way you would deliver a letter to the Singing Sands would be to deliver it by essentially giving it to travelers, like tradespeople, who will then pass it along. And then once the letter gets to its final destination, the recipient pays for receiving the letter. This is why sending letters back in the day was So kind of like you could send some very rude letters, and it would be like a sick burn because they had to pay to actually get the letter. The sender didn't pay for letters. It's the receiver. But yeah, you can do that. Though usually you also would want to pay upfront some amount of money to ensure that people prioritize it.
Okay.
But it's not like one person who will take the letter the entire way, and it'll probably take a while to deliver a letter from here to the Singing Sands. To zoom a little bit out on the map for the stream. So we have Natal, and it would probably travel down the river, out into the ocean, and probably travel across Ortis Halls, down into the Singing Sands. I'll say, for the sake of it, if Levi, at this point, still wants to go to Orst tomorrow, then you could just tag along and when they go to Orst, and then post a letter from there, which would take way less time.
Okay.
Yeah, that would.
I forgot we could teleport.
Yeah.
See, I'm not thinking of this.
So, yeah. That's definitely something you can do. But you can still, like, write the letter. I thought you were going to send a letter to the person in the shop. Like, in the plant lady out in the woods. And I was like, okay.
Oh, no.
I mean, go for it, King. I'm not stopping you from sending old plant lady some letters. You know, pen pals. But yeah. If you want to send a letter, it's probably better to send it tomorrow. But you can still have it written up and stuff. So, yeah.
I haven't talked to the family, so I was gonna send a letter.
Yeah, that's a good idea. So, yeah. I'm guessing Risyuk would want to get to the workshop.
Yeah.
To try and work things out. And Dugal will join you with that soon. They'll just take care of some stuff first. They are now in charge of the town and have to do a little bit of managing. But you are, now that the Dugal's infernal mansion is connected to the manor house, you are free to go to the workshop and start your work there.
Yeah. Hopefully this little bit of managing doesn't go like Dubai. I'm joking.
You very much doubt so.
I didn't know, yeah.
But yeah. As for other people, Sorath will want to check the jewelry store. So if someone wants to go shopping for jewelry with Sora, that's an option.
Oh my god, yes!
Crystal
will go.
Sora jewelry shopping. Let's go. And as for Gunther's probably sleeping, eating cold ravioli, brooding. Perhaps some other stuff too? Maybe? I don't know. If there is other stuff, just tell me. But yeah.
No, not yet.
Okay. Cool. In that case, kind of moving along.
Yeah, Levi chat with like the chef. Like, is there like a head chef there or something?
There's you get this feeling that it's not really like a kitchen that has a lot of experience working with each other, like, properly. It's essentially, they have positions, but because Dugal doesn't ever use his mansion, they don't actually work here, like, a lot of the time.
Okay.
They just do other stuff, but whenever Dugal shows back up, as part of the contract, when they are in town, the mansion has to be, like, the manor house has to be staffed and fully ready.
No, probably just ask around about local seasoning then.
No, you can definitely, there's someone who is essentially the head chef,
Yeah.
but there's lots of like clear kitchen hierarchy. It's a little looser of just people being like, yeah, no, we're the best cooks in town, and whenever Dougal's visiting, we'll take care of the food. So yeah, local seasonings.
Yeah, local seasoning, local cuisines.
Yeah,
That sort of stuff. Learn about stuff.
You
He's trying to make his ultimate, I guess, round the world curry.
You learn that here, and this will be the case as well in Pleasant Valley, though definitely Pleasant Valley will be weirder in terms of the creatures that live there. This high up in the mountains, you have like fish and seafood. It's not a big thing. The only thing you really have to fish in are the rivers, and this far up, you only really get a lot of fish during like salmon season, stuff like that. And the fresh fish you can catch here are small and not necessarily like delicacies in any way. However, they do farm sheep and goats, so it's a lot of mutton, and there's a lot of fowling, so birds. Wild birds are a big part of the cuisine up here. And some birds that are pretty similar to what you've already dealt with, and some that are a little different. A little off. So, if you want to, you can roll a cooking check and we can see how well you connect and engage with that.
Not at all.
Yeah. You, I guess, kind of like listening to this, it's one thing that kind of strikes you is there is significantly less. There was a single check that got advantage. The first cooking check they were making got advantage. So yeah, no, don't worry about it. It's still good. I like that it fucking highlights advantage and goes like, here's how advantage works. That's cute. Also, thank y'all for taking my horns and halo. My head feels so much lighter. But yeah, it's not cuisine you're used to at all. This is very like Northern European. You have the meat, you have the carbs, you have the vegetables, they do not touch. And you might have some sauce, and you probably don't put the sauce on all of the pieces, and you partially eat it separately. And probably there's yeah, Salem did redeem care package right now, so get some hydration. But yeah, anyways, there's definitely like less of that mixing that you're used to. Definitely not very curry friendly food.
Oh.
So I'll say, for the sake of the nat 1, essentially you come in with an expectation and you're like, oh, wait, this is weird. And then just kind of flatline a little bit. You aren't able to take advantage of it immediately.
Okay.
You still have chances, but, you know.
Yeah. Well, I guess Levi will just practice on just making more curries with random seasonings he has in his pouch.
Yeah, there are seasonings and local herbs and spices that are used that you do get access to. But a lot of the cuisine here is based around cooking the mutton chop really well on its own with its spices, and then baking the potatoes really well on their own, right? And
I get what you mean.
Yeah, so it's I'll say it's probably will take Levi a little bit to kind of figure out how do I adjust these ingredients to my method of making food. So
Yeah. If Levi can get his head around it like right now, he'll probably just try to make his own like his style curry with
Yeah.
whatever seasoning he has in his pouch. And keep experimenting with the random seasonings in his pouch.
Yeah. In that case,
Trying to get that expertise on cooking, you know.
yeah. I mean,
I was trying to get it before we go to Pleasant Valley.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
you could get it here.
Yep.
However,
Yeah.
it's possible that you'll have to get it in Pleasant Valley. Which will be fun.
Yeah, it'll be funny. I
Yeah.
feel like I'm gonna use the revenge cooking thing in Pleasant Valley, by the way. I don't know how, but
Yeah, some sort of
there.
revenge or betrayal. So I don't know. That's revenge and betrayal combined with food sounds like a Levi Gin collab, to put it one way. So yeah. But yeah, you go about experiencing and probably more Levi making their own thing while also just observing what the local chefs are doing without being able to properly like participate because you're too focused on just being like, okay, let's actually see what they're doing so I can understand this shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. And Mexique's doing their thing. I'll say, Rysiuk, you settle into the workshop with a pretty like unusual like amount of tools and accessibility to stuff essentially. There is of course the matter of your armor. There's also technically you could be the one to try and move Ayana's axe enchantment onto Gin's hand axes.
Yeah.
It would take up some of the time you spend on doing that. On that you could spend on working on the armor, but it's not a big issue. However, I will say there's a little bit of a challenge to moving it because you're trying to move this enchantment onto an already enchanted weapon, and Gin wants to keep the original enchantment on those hand axes. For the stream viewers, Gin has two hand axes called Scrub Daddy and Mr. Clean that have been magically enchanted so that if you're hit by them, you get an intense desire to clean yourself.
Wahoo!
You just become very, very hygienic really quickly. You become like a mild germaphobe. So
I rolled big on that one.
yeah, this was gotten through an a loot box magic item system early on. So some weird shit. But yeah, there is a chance there for if you do poorly, that could fuck things up and you could override the enchantment instead. However, that would require a decent bug up, so you can still go for it. Or if you want Rysiuk to more fully dedicate themselves to the armor, y'all will technically have access to some artificers that can do that sort of stuff if you go to Orst, because the Mithril Fingers, who are friends of Levi, are artificers, and they're commercial artificers, and they're a family of multiple people working, so they might be able to
work on it. Yeah, I gotta work on enchanting. Working with enchanted magics, it's something that I haven't had a chance to really do as much as the other stuff. Imbuing something into one thing is something I'm more familiar with, but I'm not gonna ever learn if I never try. And this is really interesting material I get to work with.
Yeah, because what Risyuk essentially does is Risyuk works with like bespoke arcane components that you can then, you know, work into a thing. But the step of taking like a bland piece of iron and then turning the entire thing that isn't inherently magical and putting an existing enchantment onto that, that's probably not what Risyuk is like specialized on. It's definitely something Risyuk can do, but yeah, not at all his like area of expertise now. Yeah. So I'll say, Risyuk, you get in to try and start working on your armor. I'll ask for a. I'll ask for a smithing check, and have that kind of cover the beginning bits of like the smith work required, and then the tinkering comes in later, probably when you are also have Dugal there to give some knowledge, you know.
23.
Yeah. You manage to get out and like kind of rough out and then refine whatever pieces and string you need for the modifications you want to do to your armor. And I'll say you do that pretty comfortably, pretty consistently. And manage to get the job done probably before you're in the afternoon. Kind of like lunch, get out there, an hour, just hammering away, stretching out metal. You got it more or less covered. Enough that you can work more on the fine details to get something functional and then go back and perhaps like adjust things afterwards. But yeah, this is functional now. I'll say that Dugal joins you after a little bit of catching up on the local politics stuff that they have to do as a duke now that they're actually in town and not just abandoning their duties. And then a short little conversation with Sorath about the jeweler. Sorath has some questions about that. Dugal will eventually join, and this is where we'll need to have an actual final decision, because you've decided that you want to use the the magic that Gideon has put in you, your source. Have you decided what approach for sealing you want to go for? Grafting it onto you? Are you putting it onto bands? Or are you putting it into the armor and then attaching the armor to you more permanently? So like the main three options. And to go over the different upsides and downsides, doing the seals on the bands is obviously the least committal one. But it is vulnerable, because if one of those gets if that gets fucked with in some way, then you are no longer protected. If it's just carved into your body, that's very permanent. But also kind of like trying to physically remove those seals would probably just kill you anyways, so that's not really you don't really have to worry about that like as a specific downside. Putting it into the armor and then crafting the armor to you is a very effective containment system, but that means you are stuck in your armor for a while.
Which could be bad with stuff like heat armor and stuff like that. Or heat metal.
Yeah. It wouldn't be ideal. Wait, I'm gonna see something about heat metal.
So it would compel me to take it off if I failed a wisdom check.
No, it compels you to. No, if you fail the save, you drop, but you can't drop armor. You have to choose to take the armor off. There's no, like, you are forced to spend every turn doffing armor. So,
Yeah.
it would just be a
So
lot of damage.
Yeah, I have to keep in mind one of the benefits I get from this armor being my artificer armor is I can cast it off at basically at will and don it at will.
Mm.
I'd be losing that as a benefit for this being, but with the grafting of it, could I have it where it's like it's on me, but for flavor, it's like grafted specifically through points that go into the body, but not like it's not like it.
Okay,
like,
so
patched
I
everywhere
checked the
around.
rules, and my hunch was right. If you graft the armor to you, if it becomes like a second layer skin that you can't remove, you are no longer targetable by heat metal.
Oh,
For
because
the
it's
sa-
part.
Yeah, because it's no longer a separate object.
Mm,
The same reason why Warforged don't just instantly die if you cast heat metal on them.
yeah. Okay, one more question. If cast out into the water,
Mm-hmm.
can I use levitate to help me?
Yeah.
If I have it, can I use that to help me with it? Because otherwise, it is dangerous around water to have this done. I know we won't be by big bodies of water for a while, but it's something to consider.
Yeah, it might be rivers and lakes and ponds, you know?
Okay. Will this affect sleep at all? Trying to sleep with armor, I know, can be a.
I would say it would definitely affect your sleep to be in the heavy armor. But we have talked about the fact that with these upgrades, you'll be able to more freely switch between your Infiltrator and Guardian armor. And I would say the
and then
Infiltrator
one
armor
last-
wouldn't affect you.
Yeah. One last question.
Mhm.
Is this gonna be mainly just the chest piece that's grafted, not the core part of it? Like,
Yeah,
not
if
like
you want the grafting to work as the seal, it has to be the entire armor, essentially. Everything but the helmet, essentially, because you need seals on the wrists, you need seals on the ankles, you need seal around the neck, and you see the seal on the chest and the abdomen.
Yeah. Could we have the grafting process be like? Have you ever seen Potemkin's arm like wind pose where it like steam goes and pistons go into the body, like around the the joints and stuff?
How you want to go about it? But if you're doing the armor grafting, then that's the direction we go. So armor grafting is less permanent in terms of like sealing. Yes, piston. Exactly. It is less permanent in terms of sealing the magic within you, because you can go through the process of removing the armor. It would just be a involved procedure. If you graft the seals, the only way to, like, if you carve the seals into you, the only way to break the seals would be through some sort of arcane ritual to circumvent them. So
yeah,
the downside there is if you for
Yeah.
some reason ever desperately need to get the Gideon magic out of you, that would be harder. So
Yeah. The only other thing is working on this set of armor is gonna become impossible. Besides like minor fixes, would become impossible for me to do with it grafted.
Partly, perhaps. However, I have a circumvention for that, essentially.
Okay. And then I'll probably redesign what the armor looks like once this does. So I think I'll have Rizyuk look to Degal and say, I think for the safety of what we're up against, whose magic I am using, I should use something that's more less fragile. So I think having the armor become a part of me for some time would be the best way to go about this. You said you know ways we could
Allow
do
me.
What? The fuck was that? What the fuck was that, Panda?
Simon's back.
Oh, I seen him. Came back.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I don't have this code. I just heard I was going salami. And I was like, oh, wait, what? Okay,
So we're going to have to carve a lot of runes into this armor.
well, yes, not too many rooms. We can stay quite minimal. It only needs to be in the particular locations, and the runes are not the most complicated.
Well, I also have another question about the runes.
Yes.
Since we're doing sealing runes, protection runes, do you think we'd be able to add some other types of runes onto it? I've been looking into what runes can be used for, and it seems like they have a variety of uses besides sealing magics.
Well, I am a bit crude at the craft, but as I said, I am happy to be a teacher. So I am not great as a educator, like an educator, but I'm sure you can get some use out of my teachings.
I've had a variety of mentors throughout my life. I think I can adapt on what you can give me.
Well,
It's gonna be, I mean, it doesn't take a genius to know how painful this process is gonna be.
I can make it less painful. Though, if you wish to be conscious for the procedure and be a little bit in charge, I think it would be best to not dull your senses entirely.
There. Could you do you have time to teach me the symbols of the runes so I could be the one to inscribe them onto the armor? Would feel mind my ridiculousness, but if this thing is going to become a part of me, I'd feel better if it was all done by my hands. At least the creation of the magics, and if I have to use this borrowed magic.
Tugal looks at you with... There's like a renewed sense of clarity, and there's like this vibe from him. You can kind of hear them like think this one gets it, and you feel a similar sense of like approval you've felt from both Varus and from Bellbreaker. It's definitely different. Definitely has like that kind of maniacal nature to it. So, and you can tell that like it's definitely not from a mentorship perspective, but more from a Dugal probably recognizing similarities in their experiences and being like, yeah, I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
And Dugal approves. They'll teach you some runes. Some of the runes that they know that aren't infernal, as they recommend steering clear of infernal runes. Contract magic is tricky, and if you can avoid it, probably should avoid it, in their opinion. They are cursed with immortality for a reason.
Got it.
So, yeah, I'll say Dugal spends probably the rest of the productive hours of the day with Risyuk. I would like an Arcana check with advantage from you.
Goal 8. Natural 20.
Hey. Okay, cool. So you very quickly pick up on what Tugal means when they say they're a bad teacher. They're a repository of knowledge. They are really, you can tell that they have a lot of experience with this kind of magic, and they have very little ability to convey that in a useful manner. And it feels like they're a humanoid textbook that's just able to provide you a bunch of data and information and instructions, and very bad at providing anything else. However, given the nat 20, seems you work very well from just getting blueprints, getting... Essentially, it feels kind of like you're working commission work at the smithy again. Where you're just given a task, and you're given specifications, and a way you're supposed to proceed with those, with the crafting, and you just apply it through your own lens. And I'll say due to that, your approach to the rune carving is certainly different from what Tugal has. Where Tugal's rune carving is very literal. It is carving away and essentially scarring a material to place a sigil. Your more refined technique and more focus on control over the ether rather than just pure power and effect, kind of managed to, in a more elegant way, emboss into sections of the armor and work in ways that don't necessarily damage the metal as much. To
instead of cutting away, I'm reshaping.
It is way more of a transformative process than a destructive process. And you managed to get the sigils for the ceiling. During that process, you also slowly pick up on a little bit of the fundamentals of rune magic, which means that, congratulations, you have your runes now.
Yes!
And it's partly picking up on how Dugal's runes work, and then applying that to both things you've seen Dugal do, things Dugal tells you, and also you thinking, how can I accomplish this task with this technique? And again, natural 20, you work that together and end up with a very efficient process. I'll say, for the sake of it, for the future, I'll allow you to use runes for in creation of magic items, just as if they're a natural part of your toolkit.
Yo, thank you.
So this means that Risyuk is now a lot better at introducing new enchantments to items. You still don't have the experience with transferring enchantments and pulling an enchantment off something and containing it. But congratulations, you have the setup to essentially use runes to take most mundane materials and turn them into magical items through different processes. Will still require work and tinkering and resources, but yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations. As you kind of sit there and have this moment of mastery, eventually the armor is complete. Modifications probably slightly different to the armor design. However, for poor Astro's heart, probably it's still the same armor. So
yeah,
hopefully it's not a giant change, because at this point, just deal with the outdated art then.
If I did with it, I would make sure only to really change the stuff that wouldn't be shown in the...
Yeah. It would probably also mostly change, the way it's attached to you, and also the way it changes and is modified.
It's probably a bit more form-fitting than...
Yeah.
Not like... It's a little bit more like... Instead of like it looking a lot more it would probably be like looking like as if whatever's under there would be smaller than what Ryuzyuki is, since it doesn't have any space in between.
So, as you kind of like finish, and you kind of... The moment of mastery passes, and you realize that this thing is about to be semi-permanently attached to your body. There's probably a little sense of dread there. Now the question is, how much assistance are you wanting from Dougal in terms of making this a smoother process? You can fucking raw dog this shit. You can have Dougal help alleviate some of the pain, or you can have Dougal be the one to put it, like, attach you to it while you're essentially unconscious.
I should be awake during this process. It is a merging of my creation and myself. And I will accept all of what will happen with open
How
mind
awake,
and
though?
open arms. I should be aware of the pain that I've given to do this.
If you want, I can be of assistance, and I could allow you to dull your senses to the point where you would need my assistance, but it would be a less agonizing experience, I imagine.
I wouldn't want to mess anything up through flinching or pain.
What did you say, sir?
It is a fool who would... I wouldn't want to mess anything up the process of wincing or in pain. I guess that is right. It'd be a fool's errand to always try to go through things without assistance.
True. I will say I am not the best guide or counsel when it comes to pain. So this is really your realm of expertise. In that case, and they'll do the thing that I don't know if anyone else has seen it. I think it might be only Sorat so far. They'll open a small circular portal. It's kind of hovering horizontally, and that's kind of like they flick their wrist, and a small little vial of a kind of like subtly green, kind of opaque liquid. It's like green. It looks kind of like green milk. And okay, I'm just gonna sidebar. Mel, if your piss is green, go to the hospital right now.
It's
You got moss
it's
growing
like
in there.
It's like a pocket dimension. So
Yeah.
like whenever they need something, it'll be given to them.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
it's an access to the storage system for the interplanar mansion. Yeah. Anyways, there is a vial of essentially like green milk that they hand to you. This will take the edge off, and hopefully make it easier to go through. It works gradually, stronger over time. We'll give it some time to settle. then we work, and hopefully by the time we are done, the effects of it might be strong enough that you might just experience some nice sleep at the tail end of it. I imagine the aftermath would be the worst part of it.
Yeah.
There's like this
Good.
look on their face where it's clear that they're trying to empathize with you, but they just genuinely have no idea what it's like. Because Dugal has not felt pain for a very, very, very long time.
Yeah.
And has more or less forgotten what it's like. They're at this point just kind of guessing how pain works to try and be helpful.
It's gonna be like my body is telling me there's something wrong going on. It's gonna use
very
everything
much
it
so.
can to tell my brain that something is wrong and you need to get out of what you're in, so...
Worst case, I will just take over and ensure the process goes through.
Just remember the way that you told me that should do it. Once we get them in place, it's gonna be like it's shooting miniature pythons into the parts, and then it's gonna pull everything in.
Yeah. You kind of gather up, put on the armor, kind of looser in pieces before it fully retracts in.
Mm-hmm.
And God's there to support, to assist, but goes to start the procedure, and you are slowly feeling your senses dull, your balance is a little off, and you feel numb all over. You're still able to work for now. So you settle in. Dugal seems to wait for you to give the go-ahead. Or whenever you are ready.
Whew. I left. We did leave space for wells for clean water to go through whenever I need washing or anything.
Yeah, you can probably be like
spouts and stuff.
Power wash by just flushing through the entire thing.
Yeah, there's like what it would be. It's like not spouts, but little wells that go on the inside that would make sure that things can get clean still.
There are sections of the armor that are not as... It doesn't need to be as fully attached. So,
yeah,
kind of section off parts, but eventually the chests and like the torso piece needs to stay on, and essentially like gloves and greaves stay on. But the other things can be removed by like sectioning them off. So
yep. Okay. I'm good. Good thing that I don't really have access to any breath weapons, or else I would have made sure to use them up. Yeah.
I
wouldn't want to accidentally trigger that.
I am pretty sure I'd be fine. And as they say that, they activate the first bits of the glyphs, and you can feel it, and you can also hear the cracking of the outer layer of gem scale.
Yeah, I was like thinking, yeah.
As it pierces through, and you can feel those spiked barb pistons enter into the flesh. It is overwhelming especially in the fact that it's kind of just all over the body at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You can kind of feel the barbs extend and kind of recess into the flesh, and in some areas you can almost feel like the barbs landing against the behind side of the scales, almost like they're trapped beneath a layer of ice. It feels like you're being put through a garbage disposal unit. I would like a Constitution saving throw, but you get advantage on it.
Yeah.
Because you are
advantage.
on opium right now. Essentially, you are on
That's
equivalent to an
17.
opiate. Cool. Risyuk makes their way through almost the entire process. Eventually kind of feeling more and more lightheaded as you can hear Dugal's talking, and suddenly you can't tell what the words are anymore as you just lose all information processing. And there's a moment where you just suddenly feel like there's no pain, you don't feel the floor, you don't feel the air, you don't feel your weight. It's like your sensory system just shuts off fully in just pure shock. And you're just like that for a moment. And if it wasn't for the fact that at this point it's probably just Risyuk and Dugal in the Infernal Mansion, this would be very audible to everyone else as Risyuk screams,
You'd be like,
probably fully unaware of the sheer amount of volume escaping them. I would like for your last roll here to be an Arcana check.
yeah. Boop. 12.
Okay. And as you kind of like are in that moment of just shock where the pain has been, you're aware that it's there and you can still feel it, but your brain isn't processing it, and you just feel dangerous levels of adrenaline. There is a sudden welling of energy within you as the seals are fully in place, and your body not really being adjusted to it, it wells up quickly, and you definitely launch a one breath weapon in the process, probably hitting Dugal, who's probably pretty fine. You know, clothes are probably fucked up somehow.
Do you want me to throw one out and roll?
Yeah, roll the damage. I can imagine you just taking off an entire shoulder of just his stuff going.
Well, what damage type would this be? Is it force still?
It's still force. So you're still transmuting just raw ether into energy. So, kind of don't really remember setting off the breath weapon, but you kind of just remember being in that delirious shock state where everything hurts, but your brain won't let you won't tell you how bad it feels.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just, and there's like a moment of fear of, oh, my brain can't keep up with the pain I'm feeling. And there's like a single moment of like, oh god, did we do something wrong? And then
one of Titans hit like my spine in the wrong way.
And then it's like you blink and you wake up and you are aching. Everything hurts a lot still, but you feel duller now, as you essentially come back to consciousness after a while, and the opiate in your system is more active at this moment, but it still hurts. It feels similar to the pain you had that time you got stabbed to death in Laibal. Just all over. And you're kind of just existing there. The armor's properly attached. And it looks like the procedure went well. You see...
Oh god, imagine if I had the amulet still.
Yeah.
The blessing.
You were happily not knocked out. But I do want to roll for that because that's the thing I can do. Oh, in fact, I can roll in here so everyone can see as well. Let me check my notes. There we go. There we go.
Damn.
So you take 39 piercing damage.
That would have been during that one process.
Yeah. And you are definitely in desperate need of some rest and time to heal. And acclimatize yourself to the armor. But
yep.
Your armor will now keep the magic sealed within you and make it possible for you to use it as your magic source. Congratulations, you have your magic back.
Yeah, I got my groove back.
And you will have now, with the updates to the armor, you will have the ability to switch back and forth between the Guardian and Infiltrator modes. Not infinite amounts, but quite a large amount. Essentially, I'll either have 10 or 12 charges that you can use to switch between, and you can use 2 charges to do the switch attacks that we've talked about.
Yeah, I'll say 10 because that would be my intelligence modifier doubled.
Yeah, that's cool. I like that. And I'll say, for the sake of armor upgrades, there is technically not a crazy amount you can do to these armors, because for an armor artificer, it needs to be mundane armor that you enchant. However, for the sake of it, both the chest piece and the gauntlets will count as being essentially infused. And you'll have the helmet and the leg pieces for infusions when you eventually unlock the extra infusions you can stack. But yeah. So these are technically more akin to infusions than they are to enchanted magical items, the things you've got.
Yeah.
Kind of as you're coming to and looking over, it's Dougal kind of is sitting off in the other side of this room. You realize you're not in the workshop anymore. You're in what looks like a sick bay. It's like a hospital in a way. And you're just lying there, and Dougal looks at you, having picked up on the fact that you're awake. Goes, I believe that was a successful procedure. I hope the pain is going away at some point soon. And they just give you this very genuine smile, just being like, I still don't know how this works fully.
Am I able to stand up?
I'll say, give me a Constitution check.
Got it. 16.
I'll say yeah, with some struggle.
Okay. Yep. Nothing permanently damaged. I can stand. So, it feels Everything feels right, albeit sore, but
It often is like that. As you kind of get up, you feel like this wave of lethargy. Congratulations. Also take 2 levels of exhaustion.
yeah.
Yeah. You saw that coming.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. It's attached. It feels like it smoothly works as part of your like armor system. And it feels weirdly natural. Probably because you've worn the armor so much. If you didn't count the pain, having it be attached to you doesn't feel that different. And because, well, to be real, Isuk's been living in a suit of armor for a while.
Yeah.
Probably a decent bit before he met Group 2, because of the prosthetic component and also just the environment and the armor on him. So, yeah, congratulations. You have gone through immense physical trauma and you are now essentially super glued to a piece of armor.
Yeah.
Let's go!
Is there any kind of thrumming or like pulsing from the feeling of magic?
Not really. It feels like the pulsing that you had isn't showing up. However, you feel energy in you again. It's not that's a resonant frequency. It's more like a welling up. And it feels like a very, very slight pressure. So, yeah. Congratulations, you have magic now again.
Thank you. Thank you for the help, Dougal. I appreciate any kind of learned craft or anything I can get from someone who has information to tell.
Well, I'm happy you could learn something from me. That's it's not often that happens. So, if you are in a state to move, so it would be best to take you back to the manor so you can be looked after more appropriately.
Yeah. I just realized I'm gonna be itchy as hell in a couple days as my body tries to repair the points that were hit.
I mean, it's probably not worse than the experience you just had, so.
Yep. Thankfully, it's not like I can scratch those areas. I don't need a cone.
True. And they kind of see you, like, as you're kind of getting off, trying to move about, and they're like, kind of just slide an arm beneath your shoulders, kind of just to assist you a little. The pressure is definitely uncomfortable where it pushes into the armor, but overall, having the weight off you is like an average net positive. So it kind of works, and as you're kind of being directed at that room, you do also get to see the hospital bed that's just kind of drenched in blood that is beginning to slightly crystallize. Not a clean procedure, though. It seems you yourself are relatively clean, likely arcanely, you would imagine.
Yeah.
But
as we get escorted, I will say, if my friends didn't tell me what you did after the encounter between Eustace and Gunther, how you spoke the old man's name and cast away your armor into the canyon, I don't know if I could have ever taken this offer up. But I know where your loyalties at least don't lie anymore. Funny enough, that's the similar gesture to what Gunther did towards the Seekers a couple weeks before.
That is curious. Well, I hope you'll take comfort in knowing that my loyalties are as consistent as they've ever been. I am loyal to myself and my interests. My interests have simply changed. I say very deadpan nonchalantly as they assist you out of the mansion
Yeah.
and probably are taken to your room where you're left to rest for a bit. I'll say, for the sake of it, kind of just to both to test its functionality and also for the sake of comfort, you can test moving it from Guardian to Infiltrator. And have the pieces of metal essentially slide and move away and essentially vanish using a similar, though very limited, technique that similar to like essentially what Dougal uses for pocket dimensions, where you're essentially dimensionally displacing the heavier elements of your armor and using the essentially the under like layers of the armor. Because that metal needs to go somewhere. You're transitioning between them. And so yeah, well, I guess it's kind of Zero Suit Risiuk.
Yeah.
And it feels decently comfortable to lay down on. It's more of like a protective. It's more like a protective article of, though definitely more tied to the body, but it's kind of more feels like clothing. It's definitely metallic in nature, but a way more flexible. So
yeah. It's fun too. I get it. I'm in a more stealthy state whenever I'd probably be in this mood, and I could go for like faster. So it's like, oh, it's a good like off guard kind of mode.
Yeah. So that being taken care of, and I think the only remaining thing for the day, this day at least, being Sorath and Crystal just go and shopping for jewelry.
Shopping for some jewelry.
Y'all fucking out here getting bling. Let's go.
Thorath is about to buy 10,000 gold glasses.
But yeah. So y'all head to the jeweler that Gal talked about. Heading in, there's a small locale. It's a little bit of. It feels more like a workshop than a storefront, by any means. And there is a short, kind of, a little bit of like a stocky, broader, looking woman who just kind of is kind of hunched over something. You can hear just the sound of a metal file. Just kind of looking through, kind of peering to the side. You can see that they have a layer of lenses they're holding beneath. Probably working on some detail work. They do not seem to have noticed that any of y'all entered. Very much seem to be absorbed in their own little world while working.
I think at first Sorath is going to just kind of take in the space and see what all she can see. Kind of wanting to see like what kind of crafter they are, because like, are they more tidy with their workspace? Are they very messy? You know, just taking in.
The workshops is kind of very sectioned, where the area they're working in currently is very tidy. And then you can see there's an area that is a complete mess that's just nearby. And the rest of the shop is kind of follows a similar pattern, where there are elements of the shop that are very neatly and tidy, like on the organization bits, and then there's places that look wholly disorganized. Kind of looking through, kind of gathering, it seems like the places that are more tidy are on sections of dealing with like every bit of small detail. It seems they keep those areas very neat. But it seems like the rougher shaping, they are less they have less of a system for. Kind of just your knowledge of interacting with a lot of jewelers over the years. Something in your mind says this person is wasteful of materials. As you figure they'd probably be rough and quick in shaping, and then go in the detail process and just remove material until they've got what they want. Essentially almost like carving out the jewelry piece from a larger piece of metal and gemstone.
Yeah.
And it strikes you as like a little bit weird, because looking at the different things that they have, not really on display, more like it's put aside as a finished product, they're very talented. But this way of working feels amateurish. And then it kind of clicks in your head. This person's probably used to just being supplied with whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah.
By
They don't
Duchamp.
have to worry about making sure things last. They're
Yeah.
paid for their talent, not for how they better utilize resources. No, 100%.
Yeah. And it's like
So
even the
they
jewelers
probably.
in even the jewelers in Pleasant Valley are efficient workers, because there's
Yeah.
no reason to ever waste material if you don't
Yeah.
have to. But it seems this person is probably not guild trained. They seem to kind of be working with their own system. So
Yeah, I mean, they probably don't have any reason to not just do whatever the fuck they want.
yeah, they seem to be more or less fully absorbed in their work at the moment. Just kind of not really paying attention to y'all as you enter. Looking about. A lot of the jewelry here is silver. Some of it seems to be platinum. There is some amount of gold as well, but it's definitely more gray metals than yellow metals. Whether that's a regional trend or a preference for the craftsperson, you're not sure. But I would say probably about 20% or so is some sort of gold. The rest is probably mostly silver, and then some amount of platinum.
I think Sorath would probably actually make herself known. I think she would just be very cautious not to, like, scare them in the middle of doing something. Like, she'd wait for when they kind of take a pause to, like, look at something.
Yeah, they
to just kind
eventually they're working with this very tiny, slim file. Then eventually kind of sits a little bit back up, moves the lenses a little out of the way. Look at the
And
piece.
Sorath will kind of clear her throat.
Mm-hmm. They don't seem to jump at it, because sorry for not noticing you enter, and then looks around at Sorath and Crystal, and kind of is like half turned and takes whatever they're working on and just palms it and slams it onto the table with a force that shakes the entire work surface. And some part of you just goes, I really hope that wasn't a soft metal, because it's not going to be looking good afterwards. And they just hold their palm over it and just kind of pivot around this swiveling like wooden work chair, still keeping their hand over the piece of jewelry they were working on, just squeezing it down like it's the most natural thing in the world, and just swings around and goes, how can I help you? And she looks to be in maybe her late 60s, early 70s, that kind of a range. Older. Definitely like specialists' hands. You can see that they have calluses in very specific weird spots that you haven't seen before. They have very much like weathered skin. Clearly someone who's been, even though you figure they've worked in here for a while, it's clear that they've spent a lot of time doing work outdoors. Kind of hinting to the fact that their jewelry career might not have been what they originally did. So, yeah. They kind of look at y'all with this very, very, very intense customer service smile. And it's like partly like trying to not look directly into the eyes of either of you as well. They're a little frantic at the moment.
Yeah. I wanted to introduce myself. I am Sorath Belrose. And
you are okay.
This is Crystal Snow.
Hello.
We are guests of Dougal. This is a Duke.
Oh, well, I heard say we're having guests, yes.
And I wanted to inquire about what you specialize in, particularly.
Oh, I am I'm a in a way I would say I'm an elevated hobbyist. I enjoy spurts of passion. I indulge in variety. So I enjoy a little bit of you can tell that they're just fully shutting down. They go, I enjoyed ceremonial pieces. It's been some of my work.
Can Sorath try to like calm her a little bit?
Mm-hmm.
Just what is a piece that you are very passionate about? I know it can be hard to think of an entire career. What is one piece that you still remember that changed how you view anything?
They kind of think and process for a while. And I see them kind of like get somewhere with that thought. And very much not sneakily, they kind of drag their hand off the table, kind of awkwardly palming whatever they were working on, just shoving it in their pocket. Just- they give the impression that they seem to be under like the belief that they've not acted suspicious in any way, but they're very much frantically just kind of like a little skittish at the moment with Yalin here. But they direct the attention towards a shelf that has a very, very crudely made wooden box that they eventually just climb a little up to get to and put out a set of miniature animals that are carved only, like, I would say, like, the biggest of them being probably about like a 1/4 inch long, like a little less than 1/2 centimeter. And they are carved of a single pure gemstone, each of them. And they are ludicrously detailed. They're in this box, they're kind of kept very securely, being supported around all sides. And it's a glass covering to prevent access. And you can tell that based on the detail work, these things would probably break upon anyone handling them. They're way too fragile. But they are tiny little gemstone animals that are detailed to the point where the cat has whiskers. And kind of show it to you, but it's very intently, carefully holding the box and kind of...
Yeah.
The second any of you gets a little closer to actually see, they like flinch back a little, but then ease up.
Sorath will keep... Sorath is being very patient, just kind of meeting her at her level, just kind of keeping her space. I think she probably would have tried to lean a little bit.
Yeah.
And then realized they'd flinch, so she would stay where she is.
Yeah, they flinch a little, but then they're kind of like, oh, I'm in control, I'm gonna show them. The second you kind of pull back a little, they're like, calm a little for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think she would only try leaning forward once more, but she wouldn't go any further. Just wanting to respect the space that she kind of needs to feel comfortable. What gemstone are they?
So,
or are they different kinds?
They're different kinds, though they are all in similar veins. One of them, you can tell, is an artificial gemstone. What you probably think is that it's some sort of perhaps like quartz crystal that's grown from cobalt and has this kind of uneven blue tinge to it. That's kind of the most like out of place ones, but there's one that's a definitely light but still high quality ruby. There's one made of a very, very kind of beautiful shimmering azure gem. It's a lot of variety, a lot of color, which you don't really see as present in most of their other things you can see. But you can tell also that there's probably the gemstones have been picked here partly to be materials that are easier to work with in these circumstances. You would imagine that making something like this out of diamond would be virtually impossible because you need something that has a little bit of elasticity or it would just shatter from being too brittle. So, yeah, it's definitely what you would consider an acceptable like opus piece. Though clearly not really anything that can be sold or produced.
Yeah.
They're too fragile to be moved about at all.
But that's definitely exactly what Sorath was looking for
Yeah.
with the question that she asked. So she will just go, "These are beautiful. I can tell you truly care about the craft that you do."
I don't have a lot of production requirements, so I like to focus on details if I can.
Of course.
And kind of like with that as your perspective, looking about the other things, you notice that the gems are not. Most of the gems are not flat edge cuts. They are smooth, subtly curved, subtly bent cuts. Most likely not done with a grind plate. Probably all hand filed. Probably some of these gems would have taken, you would imagine, weeks to cut a single one. Perhaps months, and they have essentially a lot of these gems just pre-cut and arranged and planned out. And at first glance, they look relatively normal, but you were to study them, they do interesting things with the way they reflect the light. Where it doesn't reflect the light in the exact directions and patterns you would expect from a cut gem.
Yeah.
They kind of... What were you looking for?
The Duke and I were interested in acquiring pieces for ourselves, so mostly focused on my interest.
Yes. Well, I've if you have anything in mind, I have decisives already. I was given them by the Duke Levay, and I'd be happy to accommodate that. Yes. I don't have a lot of orders at the moment, so I'm able to prioritize it. And they kind of like a little mousy in the way they kind of just like sit down a little and withdraw a little, or kind of directing to Crystal to, you looking for anything at all?
Crystal is still like looking at the intricate design on the animals. Like, I don't imagine, like, she's had previous experience with jewelry and stuff, but she doesn't really wear any. But now that she's looking around in the store, the way the light reflects off the jewelry, it just looks really beautiful. And Crystal just like points towards like where one of the prettiest light reflection sources is, and she's just like, this is beautiful.
Oh yes, it's gemstone stab, quite beautiful. Kind of scoot over towards you. Go, yes, these gems are quite nice. I enjoyed them, especially if you have a couple of them together. They can catch the light in quite interesting ways, and yeah, it's a fun little thing. If you are looking to purchase, I'd be happy to sell you something if you have a purpose in mind.
And Crystal is obviously like a little bit beyond her kind of knowledge with this kind of area, and she just say, "What would you recommend?"
You can just... They just look at the floor. And especially for Sora, we're like, this person probably doesn't have customers a lot. And they immediately just go like,
I believe that silvers and you
Silvers are good. They would
purple
fit the...
looks wonderful on you, Chris.
I could see that. Yes. Yes.
Purples and blues and silvers, and as well as those are the main colors I've seen that really accentuate everything about you. I have done my fair share of jewelry shopping with my family. It is common and more familiar for me.
Yes. I can imagine that. Well, I'd be happy to have something made. If you have a type of wear in mind, if you're looking for things or earpieces, or if you're looking for necklaces, I can make adornments. I can make brooches. I can make. They kind of just slowly mutter off into like this incomprehensible rambling of different kinds of jewelry they could make.
And Sorath would probably step in again and just... Having something to add to your ears would be quite cute.
Crystal Tail
And
kind of
not as invasive or gaudy.
to have attention like this on Crystal. She's not used to it. She's used to like knowing that she's in a zone where she is meant to be looked at, but looked at in this scenario, her tail does fluff up a bit in sort of an embarrassment, but also her heart feels a bit warmer.
Yeah.
And with the warmth of her heart, she reflects back on the beloved Grosso. And she remembers the story she told Levi about some star constellations in the sky that looked like a waterfall from ages ago. And her mouth just automatically opens and she just says, "Could you make something related to waterfalls?"
It's an interesting motif. I could make something. Yes, I suppose it would be a smaller carved piece I could make. If you would look for something larger, I could arrange something that's in its totality is like a cascades of cascade of material and light and motion. It's
Crystal's eyes light up as she hears the confirmation that her idea can be taken forward, and she kind of gives Sorath a proud look, like, "Look at me! I'm actually discussing jewelry." And she looks back at the shopkeep and she goes, "Yeah, for my ears, earrings, did you say?" And she looks at Sorath.
Sorath.
Yeah.
Yes.
that can definitely be arranged to. I suppose they kind of really could like kind of just tap one of Crystal's ears and slightly and go. It can't be too much weight, but can work with that. That can be done. It's would you be looking to have multiple pieces done? Would you want to have just a set or an individual piece, or
The more terminology that gets used, the more confused Crystal's face gets. Like, set, piece, just one? Like, she's trying to comprehend what all of that means.
Yeah, and Sorath could. She is asking if you would like just one. That could be on your ear, or if you was wanting. Two or multiple that could be swapped out, or could be a necklace and an earring.
yes, I just
Or-
noticed that you do not seem to have ears pierced, so I was just wanted to inquire how much you were intending to do.
Crystal is going to like feel her own ear for a moment, just like trying to reflect on what was being said. And she kind of thinks back to the beloved grotto and like how the waterfall kind of looked there. And she's gonna look back at the shopkeeper and go, if I could get it to cover just the one ear,
Yes,
that would be good.
well, certainly. I can have something made. Which ear?
Yeah. Hang on, let me have a look at the map. Crystal would probably want it from her perspective. I can imagine the waterfall being to the right of her. So she probably go the right ear?
Okay. I'll have something made for you then. And
Thank you.
I do have a couple of things I'm working on. So if I think I could have it done by. I'll try and get it done by Limut. 2 days turnaround.
That would be perfect.
I've already got some cut gems in mind that could work well for the project.
And if you were to need more time, we will be in touch with Dugal, or with the Duke. So
They
we
flinch
can
every single time you call
return-
them Ducal.
I know, yeah. So I was just like, fuck. She really needs to get back into, yeah. But we will be in touch with the Duke. So if we needed to have them return and pick them up, that could be arranged. So no rush.
Yes, as for this thing you wanted, they kind of direct their attention towards Sorath and then deflect back off to Crystal. Go, hey, if you want, feel free to look around and pick out some gems I can use for reference. And you're kind of just left to free picking of one of the messier sides of the workshop, where you realize there are small wooden boxes, maybe about like 10 centimeters by 10 centimeters, 3 centimeters tall, and they're just filled to the brim with different gemstones, different kinds, that are all cut in different patterns. And you're just like slowly comprehending that this shop is very valuable in its inventory. Like, it's a lot of money to just have lying around. Most likely the only reason she's able to run her shop like this is because probably people aren't too eager to rob Galloway's private jeweler. So,
Probably not.
yeah. So, yeah. You're just kind of left to your own little devices.
Yeah, I will have a side note that when Crystal sees like all of the purple gemstones, she can't help but think of Rizook, and she's just like, "Whoa, it's like a mini Rizook."
Just Crystal looking through a bunch of amethysts and being like, I wonder if they're related. But yeah, as Crystal's kind of off looking at gemstones, the jeweler just goes, did you have any particular designs in mind? You wanted to fix the pre-established aesthetics, or?
I would love to see more of your details rather than anything too bulky or gaudy. I am not my family, so.
For the construction, I suppose I will have to go for something a little wider, just due to the wear. But
of course,
it's I can definitely have something. If you're interested in something a little bit more minimal, where I can work on having the specific details, perhaps on the gem, more pronounced. If you have anything in mind in particular.
I would prefer to stay away from ruby. So I
You can just
would
see them
love
shoving
to.
a box off to the side.
Yeah.
That they probably have had already because they know
Yeah.
Valorous is in town and like, oh, no rubies? Never mind.
Yeah. And I would love to incorporate colors that Zugal are closer to the skin. The purple and salmon.
Something inspired
Just-
by them. Understandable,
Yes.
yes.
Colorful, but
Subtle.
subtly.
Yes.
Mm.
You kind of feel like they're kind of starting to just merge into this like almost like hyper fixated mode.
Mm-hmm.
They just like keep on talking with you. You're just like,
Mhm.
okay, yeah, you're catching on.
And I am. I have a bit of a preference for platinum over silver.
That is definitely doable. Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, yes. Okay. Well, it's something that I've decently comfortable. I could have it probably done tomorrow if that is serviceable. Kind of the nervousness returns a little.
Mm-hmm. That would be wonderful. If you need more time, do not worry.
I will inform you if there are any issues in the process.
I am in no rush, and the Duke can answer to me if there are any issues.
Give me a persuasion check. I'm just gonna. You're being so nice to this lady. I'm just gonna be like, yeah, she gonna chill. No, it'd be nice if she could chill.
Sorry, the animation is struggling every time I roll.
14.
14. What?
They seem to. Tension seems to dissipate a little. They don't get any more casual.
Yeah.
But they seem less. There's less anxiety to them, to put it that way. They go. Alright. Be a pleasure working for you.
I appreciate you showing off your work to us. It is wonderful to see someone inspired.
Yes, it's been a lovely arrangement to work here.
What is your name?
My name is Marger. It's an old name from the region. It's I don't know if the pronunciation is common to everyone, but it's think of it as meager in a sense. It's a weird little custom we have in areas around here. And as they say it, there is something subtly weird to you, Sort, that I want you to roll an Arcana check to pick up on. So yeah, their name, I can put it in the here because then everyone can see it. Like that. Cool. You don't pick up specific things, but you pick the thing you pick up just due to sheer experience and knowledge on the subject. This person is cursed.
Oh, sick!
Whoa!
And there is a moment where you can't really pinpoint what's wrong.
Hmm.
You feel like you can hear rain outside, like there's a rainstorm, like that's heavy, constant, almost like hum of rain. But
Yeah.
definitely too cold to rain right now. Kind of just as they kind of go on that little tangent about it's an old custom, you suddenly hear rain in the distance and it just catches you off guard and you're like, okay, I can kind of pick up on the cursed energy. I have no idea what it's about though.
Mm-mm.
no clue what's happening. I just know something's happening.
Yeah.
Probably
Mm.
not too surprising that
Yeah.
this is the case given who her employer is. But
Yeah. Well, it was lovely to meet you, and I cannot wait to see your work.
actually, I want an Arcana check for Crystal too. They might be able to pick up something. They would probably pick up other things, but... Oh! I'll say, with significantly less experience and training on this, you pick up on there's something magical that just happened. You do roll high enough to hear the rain. And you notice like this kind of strange, almost like it's a thing happening on like a almost like a behind the scenes layer where you feel like it's like that liminal space in a play where time passes. And you kind of, for a moment, have like this instinctual, I've spent a lot of time here. We should get going. Not in like a bad way, but more in like a, oh, we've been here a while. Maybe we should get out of here. I wonder how late it is. Like, kind of that's just suddenly you feel like time has passed. Looking outside, doesn't seem like it has happened at all.
Crystal is going to be a bit confused. But before she inquires with Sorath about this, she has a mission on her mind. Crystal quite like the blue opal. Is there blue opal there?
Oh, there is.
Sweet. she goes. She takes like She like notes physically where the blue opal like is stored.
Yeah.
And then she's gonna go back to Miga and she's gonna point in the direction of it, like pulling a pog face almost, being like, that gem, that gem.
And then go,
Mm-hmm.
I can work with that. I'll have it done within time, I feel. And
Thank you.
I'll send word if there's any issues, any disturbances, and I'll definitely be able to have something satisfying at the end, I believe. Very much so.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So you kind of thank each other, and they go back to their workstation. You can tell that they're just sitting there and waiting for y'all to leave. They're not starting their work again. They're just sitting there, just not facing away from you, just waiting till they hear the door shut.
Yeah, no, Sorath will not try to see what she's up to. She'll just go.
You guys enter the shop, and Crystal, more so than Sorath, feels like that weird feeling kind of disappears once you leave the shop. What's your passive perception, Crystal? Let's see. Do I have
19.
19. You look kind of just glancing back towards the store. And it's a little hard to tell, because this isn't modern glass. It's not large, super clean panes of glass. It's smaller things just to let light in. But you don't know if you can see anything in the shelves through the window. It looks like the place is empty.
Crystal is gonna kind of like grab Sorath's attention and just be like, that was weird. Did you feel anything in the shop?
Well, I believe she's cursed like I am.
Cursed?
Yes. It's a familiar feeling, and I've learned mostly through experience, but I've learned what to pick up on and what is common.
It was strange. It felt like we were there for a long time, but it wasn't the case. And and look, and she gestures towards one of the windows, and it's like,
Yeah, it
was
looks.
that
It's hard to
church?
tell, but you don't feel like you see anyone. It looks like the place is just abandoned, but you're not 100% sure if it's just hard to tell the details through the little bit of window you have.
Yeah.
Let's say, cause
I suppose I will have to talk to Zugal about what he knows about her.
I'll say I actually don't get to use this so much. But congratulations, passive investigation is actually kind of high in Crystal.
Oh.
I have a 10, so yeah, I know it's not me.
the only high ones are Crystal and Risuk are 50 and both
Crystal's
go.
always high. Sorry.
Nah, not always. We had an arc of not.
Yeah, we had
Yeah,
the
sure.
abstinence arc. But yeah, you pick up on the fact that there's a sign for the establishment that just says Miyagos, and it's kind of like a little, like it's like a combination of like grime and snow that's kind of stuck to it, and it's kind of half covered. But you notice that, like, on that wall side, it feels like the sign section extends out a little bit further down. You feel like there should be text below it. But it's just kind of covered in this kind of snow that's landed on the sign. Probably.
Crystal is gone.
I would say it probably wouldn't be hard to kind of just jump up and try and swat away.
Is Sorath tall enough to...
Probably have to do like a little hop, but yeah.
I mean, Sorath would be willing to like help boost up Crystal.
Yeah, it's not gonna be hard. It's just gonna be like, a little.
Yeah.
So
that's fair. If Crystal pointed it out, she would jump up and
Crystal would probably look at the sign and just say, one moment. This looks strange. And she's gonna like go towards the sign, and like if Sorath helps her, she'll allow that to
yeah. Sorath will kind of just hop up and kind of swipe what she can, and if she needs to do more, she'll do it again.
they, so you kind of get the snow off. It simply says Miyagas. Then there's a nice little kind of floral little embellish, and then at the bottom it says established 1272.
Crystal's gonna
Yes,
like just
it's old.
yeah. Sorry, I just scrolled up in my notes to see what year Crystal was born, and it was way after this sign had been established. Crystal is gonna have like a face of like shock, and then she's gonna look at Suat and go, "Yeah, we should speak with Dugal about this."
Yugal recommended hers. I assume he knows a bit about her. Maybe.
Hmm.
I'll kind of deal with the weirdness of that situation because it's fucking Dugal's town. Do you think any of this is gonna be normal? Yeah, I'll deal with that eventually getting back to the manor. I have a vague feeling that we're only covering this one day during this session. We'll probably leave the future days for next session. We can finish up this
Yeah,
day.
24-hour stream. Let's go. No joking.
I don't think next day will be as long as this, but it'll still probably be at least an hour.
What you mean? I'm gonna cause a lot of chaos in the worst.
Yeah, and also, like, I am scared of the idea of it's going to have a section where Panda and Lion go up on their own adventure on the other side of the world. And,
God.
like, realistically,
Oh my God.
the next day shouldn't take that long. And I was like,
Well, technically, I'm not gonna just drag. I'm dragging Rizvik there. I'm dragging.
You know that? You know that
I'm gonna
picture
drag
of the,
Gunther
like,
there.
I don't know if Gunther wants to go on a day trip right now.
Gunther is not the biggest, like, his passion isn't, like, smithing. That's not Gunther's passion.
Oh no, I'm just
He does.
Levi's thought process is just an ocean town. Maybe he was like the sea breeze or something.
I'm now picturing
Ryuk, you know that one picture of the really dehydrated looking dude in bed? Like, that, it's like the paper mache alien, like, meme?
Hmm.
I gotta go find it. It's how I picture Ryuk right now. I gotta go find Blood's depiction of it.
I'll most likely drag Crystal there for fun.
Yeah, so next session's gonna be mostly just Levi causing chaos with everyone, I imagine. But yeah. However, getting back to things, is people kind of like gather back up to the manor. Probably have a nice dinner in some sort of mix of local food and the curry project that Levi was cooking up. I just want to check if there's anything anyone else wants to have happen.
After dinner, Levi would knock on Rizvik's door.
Yes. Am I? Yeah, I'm probably.
Question: do you want to do
conscious
this
enough
after dinner, or do you want to do this before the dinner? Because you can't do it before the dinner. Just didn't seem like.
I mean, because Levi would be cooking before the dinner.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Levi's cooking for dinner. Ryuk shows up to the dinner, just absolute agony.
You can see his horns are floating again, though.
Yeah, Rysuk's got their magic back.
Oh, I guess I was gonna invite you to Ors so you can see my some of my my friend in the mithril finger and talk to the artificer, but it looks like you don't need it.
If I'm up to it, it wouldn't be an interesting visit. I'll see if I'm up to it tomorrow.
I mean, do you need some healing? I can also just.
Yeah, I could use a rest though. But thank you.
Also, oh, you want to rest? I could put you to sleep with catnap.
Dugal kind of chimes in, because my recommendation would be to allow at least the most severe part of the healing to happen naturally.
Yeah.
And they kind of glance a little at receiving with this little like worried expression.
Probably shouldn't introduce too much magic into me at the moment, as everything
I
adjusts.
am more concerned about the idea of trying to rapidly heal back the tissue damage while you are still attached.
So that means you should need a nap, and Levi should go ahead and cast catnap on Rizwick.
Just short rest. There you go.
There you go.
Oof.
You don't.
Cool.
Then afterward, Levi will go and knock on Soras's door. Wherever Soras is.
If anyone wanted to talk about anything else during the dinner, that can also have happened.
Yeah, Sorath will be at the dinner.
Yeah, everyone's at the dinner. So, was more going like, y'all will go back to the mansion, then there will be some dinner, and then, y'all go off and get some rest and stuff, but whatever y'all want to happens. So, just more me laying out the plan. So, at the dinner, especially if anyone had any questions.
Well, okay, I can say I put Rizwick to sleep after the dinner. Hey, Soras. Can I have some money for tomorrow? Levi is zero money right now. By the way.
Dugal kind of hunched over his food, goes, "Is this for business and trade with some mithril fingers?"
A bit, and also I wanted to pick up some worth spices.
Okay. Well,
but it's mostly to spin up the mithril fingers.
Well,
Well. Because
as
much as they're my friends, I probably can't take everything for free,
Oh, no, of course. I would not recommend stealing from the mithril fingers. That would be terribly rude. But if you want to business with them, I would be happy to assist.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, if you want to come along, they have some interesting stuff. A lot of it zapped me when I was young.
I think it's probably best for me to keep to my work while I am here. But if you are in need of doing some light shopping, and they kind of settle like a little back up, they open the little dimensional hole and kind of start rummaging the way they do when it's something that they don't need on like ready access.
Yeah.
And they'll take out this lump of metal that's about the size of it's about the size of like an acorn, and chuck it to you. And just go. Should probably trade for something valuable.
Oh, what is this?
Both Risyuk and Gunther is if Gunther decides to be at the dinner, which they might not be. Which valid.
Oh, he's there.
Okay, both of y'all will be able to tell that's a lump of unrefined adamantite.
Hey, this will probably be worth something. I don't know. Take
And
it.
like, I mean, they're like, yeah, the Mithrfinger is good people. Supports local businesses, and then just
my
chucks you
God.
like 50k.
Okay.
It's like
No,
valuable.
that's the worst person to give it to.
Yeah. No, the fun thing about this.
The second that
This
they
is the
say
best,
something,
This is the best thing I can. This is the best way I can give Panda large amounts of money because it's exactly like the giant gem. Very few places will be able to accept this as payment.
yeah.
So I'm really limiting where you can use this.
Oh,
Okay,
Levi would
that's fair.
100% should give it to you on the best of fingers. And should
Yeah.
give it to him and take it the whole thing. No, he wouldn't even think. In his mind, he doesn't even know what it is. He's just alright. I'm just trade it. He doesn't even know how much. And even if he knew his adamantite, he was like, "Huh, this can't be worth that much."
Levi doesn't really have a good hold on like material values and feels it's not working. I would say, based on this amount of adamantite, and it being unrefined means that there's like a little bit more work needing to be put into it. So Risyuk would be able to imagine that that would probably be enough to make a very, very prolific, very high-valued artificer shop like the Mithrfinger's shop. Essentially drop whatever they're doing to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
Fast pass.
yeah.
honestly, it'd be a fun way to have dormants to work on their project. OT.
Yeah. I mean, it would probably be, especially because you're asking for something more or less asking for something custom on a very short basis. You'd probably need the entire fucking family to work on that shit. So you're essentially buying out the entire shop for a day, being like, hey, all of y'all speedrun this shit for me. And we're like, okay.
Honestly, not Levi's first time putting the Mithrfinger to do something stupid.
Yeah, true.
Just because I feel like Levi probably has accidentally opened something, which caused something to blow up and caused the Mithrfinger to lose a day.
Yeah, for sure. This time they're getting paid for it, though.
Yeah.
This time they're getting adamantite instead of property damage. So, yeah. Yeah. Payments covered. Hey, Tugal was like, hey, I'll hand you some stuff, and you're like, hey, I'm gonna get it from someone else, and he's like, okay, I guess I'll pay for it? Sure. So, yeah. And given that payment, you're pretty certain it wouldn't be difficult for them to, in that process, also move the enchantment over for Gin.
Yeah.
So, y'all are more or less covered on that now. Anyway.
Ooh.
So, that bit's
And then
covered.
and then I'm gonna cause some other shenanigans in the worst.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like Sorath would bring up Mega Myagar. At this point, just we visited the jeweler that you showed us earlier.
She's a delight.
She's cursed. No.
Yes, it's a curse that I hope has worked out fine for them. Miss Lion.
What is their curse, if I may ask?
Well, they have to put it very bluntly, they've had a very, very, very productive week for a very, very, very long time. As far as they are aware. we are still quite far into the past. They seem to be reliving a week over and over again, though seemingly primarily unaware of the mechanics of it. I looked into it and could find a clear, certain answer to what happened to her. Though, due to the nature of her situation, my guess is perhaps a wish gone wrong. I have never found anyone as productive as them. I can easily imagine someone desiring to always be at their peak. And perhaps it backfired. And I took it upon myself to accommodate them. So,
I see.
looking for her, she does not seem to be aware of the lengthy passage of time. So once I happened upon her, I went through some effort to have her relocated here, and been supplied with work ever since. She has
That is heartbreaking.
Oh, certainly. But the world is the way it is, and once someone has a talent and a passion, you might as well indulge them. I have no clue as to what caused the situation to begin with, so it's difficult to undo. Curses are not easily broken once they take hold deeply. So,
When did you first find her? Was that in 1272?
Oh, no. I might be older, but certainly not that old. No, I happened upon her probably, say, about 130 years ago. She was, at the time, working in a town a little south from here. Seemed to be a little bit in distress. Didn't have access to materials. As it turns out, when you are working at peak productivity every week, forever, you burn through a lot of materials. So I've taken it upon myself to supply her with something to keep her occupied.
I see. How interesting.
There's a lot of interesting people in the world.
This is true.
It is indeed. It's a way. I hope you had a good time working with her.
Oh, she was delightful.
She's amusing. Very energetic, very passionate person.
She was very excited to work with Crystal to create a piece.
I do not have to worry about and direct into it. Don't have to worry about any payment, so to say, as I am supplying all the materials already. As long as I keep her supplied with the required materials to work and provide her a comfortable living, she continues her work for me. most of the expenses in jewelry making is in acquisition of new material. So she needn't worry about that ever. I'm sure what she'll make will be wonderful for you, Crystal.
Crystal's eyes kind of like lights up at the comment, and she is gonna smile at Dugal, which I don't think she's really done that much prior.
Yeah, no, Crystal's been very suspicious of the girl.
Yeah.
Which, you know, good.
Yeah.
I would be worried if people weren't suspicious of this dude. So, yeah.
She gives Dugal a sincere thank you.
I'm sure it was more meaningful to Maega than anything. It's good for her to have proper clients. Yeah. Day has been productive, and I suppose tomorrow be Orst. That will be
Does
interesting.
anyone want to come with?
I know Gin wanted to go.
I'd want to come with, but that would be against my better judgment.
Wait, no, you're not. Not yet.
I mean, by any means, feel free to see how you feel after a night's rest.
Yeah.
My recommendation, even if a day trip might not be much, might be a little too much. I encourage you strongly to move. You want to ensure that the healing process doesn't happen entirely while you are stationary.
Yeah.
Need your body to heal with the consideration that this is a moving section of your body.
And you've never seen other artificers at work, right? Could be a fun thing.
I guess. We'll see.
They have some nice stuff that if you touch, they give you funny tingling feelings.
It probably would be best that Levi and Gin have someone to ensure they are not burning down an entire city.
Oh, that almost only happened once.
Well, I certainly prefer if you didn't burn a city down, yes.
I was already scolded for that.
Good.
I was.
You can only get in trouble for stuff once.
Double Jeopardy's a bitch, eh?
Oh. I mean, while we're there, I could take you to see my friend Billy. He cooked some of the best stuff. We used to have cooking competitions.
Must be very, very heated if anybody is to compete with you.
Apparently his restaurant now is like number one in the worst, but but I will tell you now, the score is 75 to 76, and I will not tell you who has the higher number.
I'm taking notes because this is apparently an NPC.
So you gave me a big city where I could just create NPCs I want and I could just live there.
It was just like the details, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm learning about this person now.
Cool. I didn't know this person existed. But Pan's just like, I didn't know they did either. Great.
I'm happy I know about the people who live in the setting I've made.
Wait, didn't Crystal have something to do in Orist? I know it's not something Levi knows.
Crystal has something to do in Orist. I very much doubt they'd be able to do it in one day. Also, it's not in the city of Orist.
It's like some in like a.
Yeah, no. So, Crystal's grandmother was known as they had the reputation of being a dragon slayer, and that they had slain a dragon somewhere in southern Orst. So that could be like Mateo. That could be all the way at like South Cape. Who knows? It probably would require a little bit of digging to figure all that shit out. And just trust me when I say Crystal's character arc is going to take more than a single day trip to Orst to get through, so
Yeah.
it would be really funny if Crystal just does their entire campaign character arc next session.
That would be funny. That would be funny.
But yeah.
Oh, and I guess I could take you to see your brother Bob. He's probably pretty sick and worried about some of the things I told him.
I suppose so, yes. I doubt it will be an issue for a temporary stay. So while in Orst, I do wanna note that the benefactor did have influence in the area, and while they have been out of communication for a while, still does mean that they have allies. I do not know if they have been given information through other means, but just try not to get into too much trouble.
I've never been in trouble while I was there. While I lived there.
I refuse to believe that. I simply refuse to believe that. I do not believe you are lying. I believe you simply do not understand the consequences of your own actions. Nicole just takes like a big chunk of like wild goose and just chomps down on it, just starts chewing, staring directly at Levi.
Levi's just pondering what he means.
Either way, I'm sure the little trip to Ost will be quite enjoyable. So it's an interesting city, for sure.
Well, the biggest thing is when we're at the Mistral Fingers, any sort of, I guess they cover a lot of like different enchantment and stuff. So you might see something that you could actually use in battle and stuff.
Well,
while you're there.
They do have things for sale. So keep in mind that artificers of that variety do most often work on commission to taking up a lot of their time with this day.
Don't worry, I'll tell them right now. I cast sending to give me a second, I need to ask it. To Kakao, Mr. Finger, and like, hey, I'll be seeing you tomorrow. I have was it a coin size elementite?
Size about the size of an acorn.
About the size of an acorn. I'm coming with a adamantite the size of an acorn to buy some things. I'll see you tomorrow.
That's where the message to buy is where the message cuts off, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Just Levi just sending really long messages and just 25-word cut off, just going bam. You get a response back pretty quickly, just going, well, I'll enjoy seeing you, I think, and if you want work done, I'm sure that we can work out a trade. Yes. That's that. We're definitely missing all of the context for whatever's happening, but
Yes. Yep.
to be fair, there's someone who's decently used to having to talk to Levi like this. It's like, yeah,
Yeah, he would
Levi's
be the
being
person who
Levi.
would be used to it. Yeah.
So, yeah. And Tukal's just kind of nodding, being like, yep. It's gonna be great. Anything else anyone will want to talk about during the dinner, or perhaps do after the dinner? Once again, I will remind the group that it is allowed to say no.
Oh, I mean, Levi would be 100% cast cat, not want Rizwick at some point after the dinner, but.
I mean, yeah, you can cast catnap, sure.
Yeah. But then after that, I think Levi will be working on some candies and toys.
Okay. I'll say I'll pick one of them.
Probably toys.
Okay. Give me some woodworking then. And
oh, they're not good toys.
Yes.
You're not as productive. Maybe it's just like you're like a little too hyped out on like the excitement of like, hey, I'm gonna go back and meet Dormis again, and just kind of like a little too antsy to be productive. So you get a little bit done. A little. Not bad, but you know, get some stuff done. Is anyone else wanting to do something with this remainder of the day? Or should we allow these characters to sleep?
Definitely need sleep.
Sleep.
Sleepy is EP, and Neevy's is Levy.
What?
What? Have you never heard that?
No.
Is it time to roll for dreams, OT?
I am not rolling for dreams until I get an answer from you.
Oh, yeah. There's nothing else.
Okay, thank you. This is for all of you. This is the most common issue I have with this group, and they are incapable of saying the word no. When I ask them, "Are you gonna do anything?" They just
Well, as a role player, you always hear the word. You should always say yes, because it makes things more interesting.
yeah. Though I would, as someone who has done improv theater before, I would rather have someone say no than have someone stand on stage, perfectly quiet, directly next to me, just not saying anything. But yeah, does anyone have anything they want to do with this day? If the answer is no, please fucking say that.
Nah.
No.
Rizyuk is gonna pass out because been
Sleep.
through a lot.
Sleep.
Honkshoe.
Cool.
Oh,
So we head off for this day.
Wait, OT, quick question.
Yes.
Has it been a month since Levi been blinded?
So currently, the date is the 25th Dabrig.
Oh, okay, so I still have like 2 more. So yeah,
You get your eye back on the 44th.
Yep.
Also, yes, that is the sound of me having an entire custom calendar system, because I am unnecessarily unhinged when it comes to D&D.
Yay!
Because yes, that was the 44th of a month. I did not make it easy for myself. Yeah, time to get some dream rolls.
I'm now at 15.
Yeah, you're getting close.
Yeah, I'm getting real close. I think just 3 more.
Ooh.
3 more. 3 more technically, and then the 4th one is the big
Mhm.
review for what I get.
Yeah, so I tend to roll for dreams when people go to sleep. I talked about this earlier. And if I roll specific stuff, then sometimes they'll have dreams that have varying levels of importance. Levi's a little special because one of the gods they follow is a sleep god, which has given them the choice to roll to see if they can control the context of their dreams. But if they ever manage to hit, like, if they essentially manage to go 20 days, 20 sleeps in a row without using that power, something would happen, and Panda's trying to achieve that. And timeline-wise, I think that will happen in Pleasant Valley.
Oh, that's gonna be
perfect.
That's gonna be perfect, actually.
There will be no consequences at all.
I'm gonna spare a line and bread from dream rolls. Bread's
Technically, the
already
very
dreaming,
first
and,
that's almost spell.
why
I could have
not?
cast a dream on somebody.
Mhm.
Whoa.
I wouldn't now, but I'm gonna go into someone's dream with dream.
God.
I
I don't think.
I can do that.
Yeah, me and Gus are gonna do it to each other at the same time. We're gonna be in each other's head.
We can't both do it at the same time. We would
We'll
both have to
try.
be asleep.
We'll try.
Sorry, my brain just went. What happens if you are dreaming? Someone casts a dream on you, and you target them with the dream while they are in your dream.
Are they asleep in the dream?
Everyone cries.
Well, technically, normally no, but because Gunther can cast Dream through the spyglass, I would kind of rule that Gunther, while asleep, could still use that. Meaning that Gunther wouldn't be in a trance, then they would be asleep. So if Levi somehow could be the target of the dream while... I'm not going to worry about this right now.
We're gonna break some rules, OT, in there. We're breaking some sort of rule in there.
Yeah, no, there's some sort of not mathing there. Anyways,
Math.
as y'all head to bed, go to sleep, the rest, Thorath and Dugal go into whatever nice master suite there is, master bedroom. The rest of y'all, I think no one... you don't know that yet. You don't know. You have to roll insight for post-sex glow after next session, I suppose.
A good thing I
No?
have advantage now.
I guess it works out that we weren't able to figure out what they were doing.
Yeah,
I was
so...
feeling great.
But yeah. Since no one said anything when we were talking about it earlier, I'm assuming that everyone's grabbed individual rooms. No one has any burning desire to room up with anyone when there's no need. So,
Mhm.
y'all enter to your varying degrees of labor sleep. Because once again, there's been a long period without anything happening. Everyone except for Isu gets a long rest.
Yay!
Sleep doesn't get a
Oh.
long rest because he just experienced having screws drilled into his bones, essentially. You know? So I feel like that counts as strenuous activity. But can click the long rest button. And just a simple, not very long dream, I would imagine. You eventually fall asleep, Gunther.
Mm.
Don't worry, I had a vision.
I need like a count on how
he
many
has
times
he has way more dreams
this
than I do.
fucking-
That is-
I need a count how many times I've gotten a dream.
Yeah, I think you're starting to catch up to Sorath. Sorath is the one that's had the most dreams, but that's partly because they've also had some dreams that haven't been rolled. Levi's the one that has the most dreams if you count the ones that he's rolled. But yeah. No,
All of
so
my dreams have been rolls.
Yeah. You're a frequent target of my dreams. Anyways.
Yo, that's quite cute. That's
Oh,
a
that's
good pickup
cute.
line.
It would be really cute if they weren't all ominous and uncomfortable in some way.
There was
Oh.
one.
There was one.
There was
nice
one
here.
that was
This-
there was one that wasn't ominous or uncomfortable.
Yeah, the one where you dream met Jackie, right?
Man, we're gonna have a.
Yeah.
This is good. I'm gonna laugh at this with a nightmare.
Oh,
After
no.
what should happen.
I have rolled something interesting. I have rolled essentially the roll for weird dream.
Oh,
We've not had too many
What a
of those.
great time to have one.
Like I said, I had a vision. It's gonna be a little minimalist, and I don't think it'll last long.
Okay.
You fall asleep. You just find yourself in this blank, empty expanse, Gunther. Just standing in front of white marble gates towering above you. You are only a couple feet from it. They feel like they extend endlessly upwards, and you're just there facing it. There's nothing else to the world. I'll allow you to do anything. If not, we'll just end on that visual.
No, it's not Kingdom Hearts.
What do you mean?
I'm gonna reach out to it.
Mm-hmm. You feel that feeling you had during your very, very first dream of, if I enter here, that's dead. There's some part of, it's like the cells in your body, the over millions and millions of years of programmed survival instinct are kind of screaming at you to step away, to avoid it.
With hesitation,
Mhm.
I attempt to open the door.
reach out slowly. Just this tiny little bunny boy, dwarfed by a gate that seems hundreds and hundreds of feet tall. Your hand touches it. The second touch the marble, the fear and the instincts just go quiet. You're touching the door.
I'm just touching it. I'm not opening it.
I'm waiting for you to tell me if you want to do anything else.
I said I want to open the door.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to describe with that, and if you want to change based on that, you can adjust. But
yeah, no, I want to keep opening the door.
You give it a little bit of a push, and it way too easily just collides a little open, and just a tiny crack opens, just enough that you could maybe peek through, and you feel this overwhelming torrent of emotion just wash over you, like it's physically pushing you back. It's like you've literally cracked a dam and the water's just flowing at you. And physically, you're just standing there as the door slowly opens, but it feels like you're being pulled by a rip current, dragged into the water. It feels like everything's swirling around you.
Wait, am I being pulled or pushed?
Pushed back.
Okay.
Not physically, it just feels like it. It feels like you opened a dam that was preventing a flood. But emotionally. Just a sensation. You feel this endlessly rushing, just almost like a water spout of anguish and misery.
I'm gonna push through it.
Okay, give me a wisdom saving throw. It's kinda high DC. Just giving you a heads up on this.
Wisdom saving throw, you said?
Yeah. You are testing your willpower against this torrent of
No, it was
negative
supposed
emotion.
to be a 19, this fucking dice, I swear.
Okay.
Where's my... Where is it? There it is, I'm using a lucky.
Okay.
That's worse. So 16. God, that one was almost a nat 20. That's fucked up.
Yeah. You buckle under the pressure. And you can feel the panic sensation of drowning. And it's enough that you kind of stumble backwards a little And you can see the door slowly begin to slide back closed. So you're no longer pushing. And you're kind of just there, literally drowning in what feels like this insurmountable well of dammed up emotions.
I want to keep trying to fight it.
Okay. Give me another wisdom saving throw. We'll see if you can get back up and
22.
you manage to save away the fear and sadness and anxiety that's kind of dragging at you. Just muster the willpower to get up for a little bit. Stumble your way back to where you were. Door hasn't closed yet.
Is there enough of a gap that I can try to squeeze through?
No. Enough that you could try and peek through, but you have to push the door open properly.
Do I want to peek or do I want to try to push the door open more? Fuck it, I'm gonna try to reach out to push the door open more to try to squeeze through.
Okay, give me another wisdom saving throw.
Fuck.
Oh,
Damn it.
well,
Hold on.
you have some luckies.
It's not much better.
Again, pushing against the door, it gets a little bit more open again, then you buckle back down. And you're hit with a just kind of crushing wave of just lethargic hopelessness. And you find a part of your mind just kind of wallowing in, why am I trying?
Why am I trying?
What does Gunther do?
I think he just... Yeah, he gives up.
Okay.
He stops trying.
Sit there. The overwhelming torrent of emotion just washing over you until the door closes and it just goes quiet. And that pressure of emotion just goes away. You're just still, kind of sitting down on your knees in front of the doors to death. Giving up, not pushing forward, walking away, just giving up. And Dream kind of just lingers there for a while and slowly fades. And I'll leave it as a note for start of next session. When Gunther wakes up, there will be a little bit of blood on their pillow. And they'll have a level of exhaustion. Enjoy your new Iram Deluvi.
Okay.
Yippee!
And here you have
Set up.
witnessed definitely the healthiest way to gain a power-up. Literally facing a wall of generational bottled up trauma and giving up. Anyways,
Respect.
that's the fucking session. That was pretty long. But to be fair, not all of it was directly session.
Yeah.
And also, I've noticed a pattern. If we don't play for a while, the next session is long.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So you said a level of exhaustion?
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm assuming I took damage, so how
Yeah.
much damage did I take?
you activated the first level of Iram Deluvi, meaning roll 2d4, and you take that much damage.
2d4?
Yep, because the Iram Deluvi is more powerful now.
7.
7 damage. Gunther will wake up next day feeling tired, a little bit of pain just in the body, a lot on their pillow, and little red streaks from the eyes, as if they've been crying.
But the tears are blood.
Yeah. I was like, how would Gunther figure out their Iram Deluvi element? And then I rolled the dream, and I was like,
Oh, that's all.
oh, because he's not the one who activates it.
Alright, guys, I gotta go.
Yeah, thanks
you
for the
guys next
session.
time.
Bye bye.
Panda.
I can't wait to cause chaos next week.
Yeah. Bye.
You're gonna see me pull a lot of NPCs out of my head. I don't remember that.
Panda's gonna spend all of their I know a guy NPCs next session immediately.
Yes, I will. And it's not gonna be for anyone useful.
Yeah, I know. Anyways. Session next week. Let's go.
Let's go.
And yeah. If anyone has any D&D questions they want to ask that they want to be part of the VOD, feel free to ask them now. If not, I'm just gonna end the stream.
Raid.
Yeah.
Is this armor gonna act as if it were a brace at some point for Rizuk's back?
I mean, it's gonna give you some support. Oh, cool.
Yay!
No one's live.
Yeah.
Does anyone have anyone live?
Give me a sec.
I'm checking.
I follow like 200 people.
Oh wait, no. Clear's live. Oh, I can try for them in ages. I'm playing Elden Ring. Could write them. I don't know if they know who I am.
One of Matcha's siblings is playing Fallout 76. Corgi is playing Final Fantasy 14. That's one of that's Bunny's PNG child.
Ooh, that's fun.
Also
Also, Seder,
Nami's
if I
doing
remember correctly,
co-working.
Seder is acquaintance of N. UN.
Oh. Hell yeah.
I don't
wanna
know
raid you.
exactly who.
I love you.
They're not live. UN is not live. Seder.
But
Seder is, if I remember correctly, Seder is someone I follow because they know UN. I think that's the connection. It's been very long.
nice.
So, and hasn't streamed in a while.
I know.
So,
Christ.
yeah. I guess, yeah, I'll who was the bunny PNG child? Sounds fun.
Corgi VT.
Because
Just all one word. They've got a picture of Piplup as their profile picture.
oh, okay, nice. Oh, this design.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. As I
I
mentioned
also
this a
look
couple
like
of times,
Corgi.
but Bunny is the person who did the design for the very first Luton. So, and that way we have
Yippee.
the same parents. But yeah. Thank y'all for coming and watching the first session. They aren't all
Thank
gonna
you
be
for
7
coming.
hours.
Yeah, it was a
Some
lot
of
of
them
setup this
are.
Blair.
But yeah. Anyway, I guess we'll raid. Oh, do you want to do a raid message?
Yeah.
What the fuck do we do?
Piss.
True, it's just piss. Not
Piss raid.
nothing else. It's just piss. Just everyone, all caps. Just write the word piss. That's
I want to put an emote.
I mean, sure.
I just thought pissing all by yourself, handsome.
Yeah, no, that's good. I like that. Yeah, let's just do pissing all by yourself, handsome, and then if we do
I
like
did it.
yeah. Actually, I have a infinitely better variety of this, which is just gonna be the fucking shy emote.
True.
Yeah. If anyone's in here that needs to unlock emotes, you can just unlock them using channel points. It's pretty cheap.
Mm-hmm.
Unlock
Yeah.
this amount. This shy motherfucker. Anyways. Time to hit some with the raid, and then I'm gonna go have some food. Didn't eat
I like
anything
food.
during the break, so
Well,
Oh no, I realized the text got a little thrown off when people leave.
yeah.
yeah, it's fine though.
It's fine. It's temporary.
Yeah,
It's fine. I'm just both Gunther and Gin.
yeah. Ginther.
Good.
Gun. Yeah. Okay. I think that's the right
Gun.
person. Yeah.
I'm Luke or Revi.
I believe their name is Percy. Don't quote me.
Well,
We'll find out.
Wait,
Wait, or Chris.
I thought it
it's
was
not
Chris.
Percy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Chris. Sorry, my brain's.
well,
It's Chris.
well.
But we could just say Cord.
Yeah, just use their actual fucking VTuber name, you know. When in doubt, and you're talking about a VTuber, just use the name they put on the screen for you.
That's so true.
Anyways, see y'all next week for more D&D. Next week's gonna
More
be a
piss.
session and a fucking half. Jesus, I just realized the things that are gonna happen at the
Piss.
same time.
Piss.
Yeah,
Piss.
more
Piss.
piss. Let's go.
Piss, piss,
Alright,
piss, 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 piss.